All right, good morning, everybody. All right, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. All right, welcome to the second day and the final day of the third annual statewide conference on illegal dumping. How's everyone doing today? All right, so you're a little low energy. How's everyone doing today? All right, about as good as my voice. I appreciate that. All right, well, thank you so much for being here today and for being a part of our illegal dumping conference. We're very excited to be here on our last day. We learned so much yesterday. It was an incredible day full of really amazing presentations, and we have even more in store for us today. Just a reminder for those of us who are in the conference space, there will be times when the mics in the room will be on, and so when those are on, you may not know that they're on, so it's best to assume they're always on. And they are very, very sensitive, so they'll pick up your whispering, they'll pick up your typing, they'll pick up everything. And so just assume that if you're in here, you're being recorded, you're being broadcast to our online audience, and will be put on YouTube in perpetuity. So look forward to that. So we'll stop here to just get our interpreter instructions.
Yes, hi. My name is Patty from International Contact, and we are providing simultaneous interpretation into Spanish as we speak right now. The interpreters are already in their interpretation channels, so one moment while I give the instructions in Spanish. Gracias por asistir a esta reunión. Si usted está conectado virtualmente, puede escuchar esta presentación en español de manera simultánea. Lo único que necesita hacer es hacer clic en la figurita del mundito en la parte de abajo de su pantalla y de ahí seleccionar español o Spanish. Si está conectado con un teléfono inteligente y con la aplicación de Zoom, solamente haga clic en la parte en el cuadrito donde hay 3 puntitos blancos y de ahí seleccionar la figura del mundito y de ahí seleccionar Spanish o español. También va a escuchar en inglés en volumen mucho más bajo. Pero si no quiere escuchar el inglés, lo único que necesita hacer es hacer clic en Mute Original Audio o silenciar audio original. Muchas gracias por su presencia y con esto hemos concluido las instrucciones. Thank you very much. This concludes the multi-language instructions.
Thank you very much. And just as a reminder for anyone who's here in person, we also have our Spanish language translation room. You can follow the map, but if you leave this room, it will be to your right. And we have the Spanish translation of the conference simultaneously broadcasting in there. You can see the map here. I think everyone here was here yesterday, so you're pretty familiar with the space. If you need to do any work, take a call, work on your laptop, do some emails or something, we do have the overflow room just across the hall. We're broadcasting the conference over there, so you won't miss a moment. We'll have our exhibitors hall, and so feel free to check them out during lunch and any of our breaks as well. And then this will be our main conference room for the duration. So we want to thank our title sponsor, Waste Management, for helping to make this conference happen. Waste Management is North America's leading provider of integrated environmental solutions and has been our title sponsor 2 years in a row. The City of Fremont, here in Alameda County, very happy to have them as a gold sponsor. They're the 4th largest city in Silicon Valley and recently voted one of the best cities to live in America. We also want to thank the Beautify San Jose program. We're so excited to welcome them to present later today. We've heard about some of their amazing programs like Cash for Trash, They've been a real innovator and a leader in addressing illegal dumping, and we're so excited to welcome them later. So thank you very much for your sponsorship. We also have the East Bay Municipality Utility District, or East Bay MUD. And they've provided a proud history of providing high quality drinking water to 1.4 million people here in the East Bay. Stop Waste is a public agency helping Alameda County businesses, residents, and schools waste less, recycle properly, and use water, energy, and other resources efficiently. So thank you to all of our silver level sponsors. We'd also like to thank our bronze level sponsors. We have Paint Care, who we heard from yesterday, the Mattress Recycling Council, who's out in our exhibitor hall, the Ora Loma Sanitary District here in Alameda County, the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Council, who will all committee, Doug, I got it. Larry, committee. It's a committee, not a council. Sorry, I keep getting that one wrong. IDTAC, and we also have the Beautification Council, who we saw yesterday as well. So we want to just big round of applause for all of our sponsors for helping to make this conference happen. Thank you so much. We've talked about interpretation for questions very similar to yesterday, but for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, we do have space for questions at the end of each presentation, and we'll turn on our room mics. And so you'll just need to raise your hand when you're called on. You can stay where you are and say your question. The online audience will be able to hear it. As a presenter, you don't need to repeat the question. The online audience has heard it. The mics are, as I mentioned, very good, very hot mics. And so that's how you'll ask questions. If you are on Zoom and joining us online, you can use the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen, and we are asking those questions as well. So feel free to use that, and we'll make sure that that we include you. There will be, this conference is being recorded, and the recording of it will be made available after the conference, in addition to all of the presentations that you've seen. So you'll have a chance to download any of the PowerPoint presentations that have been here and watch those presentations online after the conference. All of our conference materials this year are digital. So you notice you don't have any paper. We're trying to make this as waste-free as possible. So you can scan the QR code. It's here. It's all around the room. It's on your name badge, and access all of the conference material there. One thing I just want to note as well with our lunches, the lunches are completely compostable. So please make sure that we're getting those in the right bin, that we're not recycling them. We're not putting them in garbage. And I see a quick hand, yes. If you put those in the very large bins that we have here, we're sorting those for Alameda County, and so we'll make sure that those are handled properly. Thank you. We're also online, social media, hashtag IDCon23. Keep the conversation going online. We have all of our social network accounts here, so you can join us as well. And then if you have any questions or comments, concerns, you can reach out to me, Aaron Armstrong. I have my contact information on the screen here. You can also call our office anytime at 510-272-6694. We have an excellent schedule and for the conference, and today we're very excited. We're going to go briefly to our cleanup next. It's happening on, where is it, everybody? Where is it happening? That's right, 68th and Bancroft. And so we all know that that ad was very effective from Ken yesterday. After a brief note from our on the ground real-time cleanup, we'll have an opening keynote presentation from your fave trash man, who's here on the screen. You can see them. Take a wave. We'll hear from the IDTAC, from the community organizing perspective, from Faith in Action East Bay and Block by Block Organizing Network. We'll hear from Cal Recycle and Fresno. We'll hear from the Beautify San Jose program, and we have some very special keynote presentations, including our California State Treasurer, Fiona Ma, who will be here in person this afternoon. So that's it for our welcome and our housekeeping. Just one final round of applause for all of you for coming out and being here on the second day of this conference. Thanks so much. All right, so I believe that we have Supervisor Nate Miley.
Good morning. Can you hear? Can you see me?
We can see you, Supervisor.
All right, awesome. It's a beautiful morning today. Out here in East Oakland at Foothill and 67th, 68. We are on an abandoned lot. This used to be Ace Hardware back in the day. Floor was torn down and now it's just a vacant lot that's existed like this, and then the surrounding area. So I'm today with the council person, Kevin Jenkins, the deputy mayor, Dr. Kimberly Mayfield, Kenny Houston, the head of the Beautification Council, Taya Weiss, Waste Management, and they'll all be speaking this morning as well. So we're out here on the ground. Typically, you know, Kenny's the one out on the ground. He asked us all to come out and join him today for the Suppress event. You know, there's the third annual illegal dumping conference, statewide conference. We very much appreciate everybody. And we just wanted to show what it's all about, because illegal dumping knows no boundaries. We need to work on eradication, education, and enforcement in order to get a better handle on illegal dumping. Illegal dumping, this conference is all about partnerships and collaboration. You know, the council member, I've known him for many, many years. He's a new council member. I used to represent this district back in the day. I expect this council member to do even a bigger and better job than I did. And then we have the mayor's office, Mayor Shang Tao. She spoke to us yesterday. I know she's doing a remarkable job. Did a real big effort this week around cleanup and doing other things. And I'm sure the deputy mayor is going to speak to that. I mean, we really appreciate getting those abandoned vehicles removed from Oakland streets that have just been festering in our community, being a blight on our community, making it the new norm in our community, which we definitely don't like. And then Kenny Houston, Beautification Council, another one of our big partners, community-based organization. He's got his crew back there. Hopefully you can see them back there. I mean, like Kenny says, they're the boots on the ground. They're the boots on the ground. I can talk the talk, but they walk the walk. They do the work, and I very much value and appreciate them. Everybody's got a role to play, and they're definitely helping us out a lot, the Beautification Council, with our collaboration. And then another indication of our collaboration, once again, is Waste Management, our title sponsor, the franchise hauler for the city of Oakland. And Waste Management, known them for decades, and just very, very thankful that they're continuing to engage with us in our efforts at making not only Oakland and Alameda County cleaner, but everywhere where they have a franchise agreement, and also working with their colleagues in the industry as well to promote efforts that ensure a better and more wholesome quality of life in our communities throughout California, be they rural, suburban, or urban. So what I'd like to do now is I want to turn this over to my good friend, Councilmember Kevin Jenkins. He's going to speak, and then we'll hear from the deputy mayor. Then we'll hear from Kenny Houston.
All right, and we're actually going to cut back to our in-person event because they're having a pretty long press conference there, and they're going to be having a series of speakers. The supervisor is going to be back here later today, but the thing that I think is really incredible is that at that cleanup today, we will be picking up our 1,000th ton of illegally dumped material in East Oakland as part of our acid pilot. 1,000 tons of illegal dumping. So to just put that in a little bit of perspective, I had to look that up, because even for me, and I've been helping to pick up all that garbage, it's kind of hard to put in perspective. So the Statue of Liberty, it's 5 statues of liberties that we've done, just to put it in a little bit of context there. So that's been done since 2018 as a part of our partnership with the Beautification Council, Argent Materials, Waste Management, Oakland Public Works, community organizations like Block by Block Organizing Network, Faith in Action East Bay. We work with the faith community, local community members, and nonprofits like the Beautification Council as well. So couldn't do it without partnerships, and that's what we're all about here at this conference. Speaking of partnerships, I want to welcome our next presenter, our keynote for this morning, Mr. Terrell Hagler, aka your fave trash man. You may have seen him on his various appearances, whether it was at the White House or on Good Morning America. Terrell is the founder and president of Your Fave Trash Man brand. He's a father of 3 amazing children. He's an author, a business coach, a verified social media influencer with over 31,000 followers. He is the founder and executive director of Your Fave Hauling Service, a company he developed to supplement the city's sanitation department and to deter illegal dumping. Terrell, welcome to the illegal dumping stage.
Hi guys, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, well, good morning. Well, good afternoon here in Philadelphia, but good morning to you all. Again, thank you for having me, Aaron. I'm so excited to be around like folk who want to talk about illegal dumping all day long and beat the drum on how we can figure it out and eradicate it finally. Just to give you a little bit of background, I'm born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm 33 years old. My first profession in life was actually theater. So I'm a thespian. I've been doing theater since the age of 3, professional dancing since the age of 8. I've done a few off-Broadway shows. I made Spider-Man on Broadway at the age of 19. And then at 22, I had my first daughter and started my W-2 life. And that led me, in 2019, I got a job as a sanitation worker here in Philadelphia. And I thought it was going to be easy. I thought it was going to be great pay. I thought it was going to be, you know, all the things that we hear about sanitation workers. And it was the total opposite. And then March 2020 happened, and the pandemic shed a light on how many systematic issues we have here in Philadelphia when it comes to our trash collection. So for a little context, we have 1,200 sanitation workers in the city of Philadelphia, and there's 1.9 million people who live here. So you can already kind of do the math. We're already understaffed. And during the pandemic, trash increased about maybe 35 to 40%. So we are allowed to have 6 trash bags in front of the house. Some houses had 15 to 19 bags because everybody was home. And that's how I got my start. It opened my eyes to how bad dumping and trash is here in Philadelphia. In 2020, Philadelphia was voted the dirtiest city in America. So with that in mind, and being a sanitation worker and having to talk to residents who were very upset about the trash and the blight and the illegal dumping, and it seemed during the pandemic, every single person in the city who had a DIY project that they've been putting off for years decided to do it during the pandemic. So as soon as March hit, there was wood, there were mattresses, there was sheetrock, there were tires, there were all type of things that were being put out for trash collection that we knew we weren't supposed to take. And I got really frustrated at the city and how they were communicating. So what I decided to do was to start an Instagram to shed a light and to share what it was like being a sanitation worker here in Philadelphia. Now, if you ask my friends, they'll tell you I think I'm funny. I think I can crack a good joke. So I expected to start this Instagram and crack a few jokes, but just show people how hard it is to be a sanitation worker in the city of Philadelphia, and then ask for grace and understanding. Ask for, a little leeway on why we're late. We're about 4 days behind. So if it was Thursday in the real world, we were actually on Monday in the trash world. The response I got from the city of Philadelphia was mind-blowing. I mean, within the first 3 weeks, I had like 3,000 followers, and people were just asking questions, wanting information, wanting updates, wanting to know how they could better support sanitation workers. And it came really clear to me that people have always wanted to help sanitation workers, or always wondered about the space, but never knew how to do it. So my Instagram created a space for people to uplift and support sanitation workers. With the brand now growing and the Instagram growing, I wanted to see if I could actually make impact. So I started selling t-shirts, and I sold t-shirts to get PPE and cleaning supplies because 400 sanitation workers contracted COVID and had to quarantine. So we only had 1,200. And then during the pandemic, 400 had to quarantine. So we were literally working 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week at some point. I remember working 16 days straight doing 12-hour shifts, just collecting trash. And so I ended up selling 2,000 t-shirts all around the world. I had orders from Ecuador, from Mexico, from Norway, from Greenland, from Ireland, and ended up raising $40,000. And that's how my, my celebrity status started growing, because people were sharing my link. They were sharing my Instagram. I ended up being on the Kelly Clarkson Show, Good Morning America, Worldwide News with David Muir. President Biden, who was campaigning at the time, had me do a commercial for his Build Back Better plan. And then I realized that the world really cared about trash. And so I wanted to see how I could really make an impact here in Philadelphia. And I know we're talking about partnerships. So what I did was I reached out to an elected official here in Philadelphia who was talking about cleaning his district. And I told him to hop on the back of a trash truck, go through a route, and then let's do a partnership on how we could clean his district. And so we had came up with doing a district-wide cleanup. But I always know culturally and in my neighborhoods, and for me, when people come and do cleanups, they'll do all this cleaning, they have all the bags, and then the bags sit there on the corner for about 2 to 3 days until somebody comes pick them up. And I was like, how do we make a bigger impact visually? So what I did was I had the streets department have 2 trucks come to the cleanup, and we had 2 trash trucks, and we cleaned at the same time. And in 3 hours, we were able to pick up 6 tons of trash because we had the 2 trash trucks. So at 11 o'clock, you saw nothing but debris and trash. By 2 o'clock, everything was clean, and it started shifting perspective and started shifting mindsets in that neighborhood. And then is when I started organizing cleanups all around the city. I started working with brands, more elected officials, mom and pop stores, because I figured out that people wanted to help, they just didn't know how. So the cleanups during the pandemic was a safe way for people to get outside, to start networking, but to be doing good. And so I kind of started doing research on companies and businesses on what they, if they had foundations, if they had, you had to have a nonprofit. So I started a nonprofit called Trash to Treasure. So it made it easier for corporations to give to my nonprofit, all in the name of picking up trash. When I started reaching out to these corporations, they were like, well, what are you using this money for? And I'm like, well, in Philadelphia, it's $120 a ton to dump trash here in the city. So if I do a cleanup and I pick up 10 tons, that's $1,200 that I have to pay at the dump. So I was using those numbers and those statistics to then make pitch decks for corporations. So I'm saying, hey, I'm doing the cleanup. 10 tons is $1,200. I would like to get, water and granola bars and snacks for participants. And I want to cover an organizing fee, to pay, sweat equity for myself. So then I started organizing pitch decks. And honestly, because the Instagram was so big, I'm at 33,000 followers right now. I have a great connection with the media. I use that as leverage. If you partner with me, I'll post you on my Instagram and give your company, your brand, your business the opportunity of 33,000 people to see your brand, to see that you're connecting with me, to see that you care about your environment, to see that you're invested in community growth. And literally, it's been uphill, downhill, left hill. It's been so amazing to see how many businesses and corporations now reach out to me and say, are you doing a cleanup? We would like to sponsor. Are you doing this? Are you doing that? We would like to sponsor. So I was able to leverage my brand along with the CSR dollars to get people to care about how they use their CSR dollars in community. And then, I keep saying and then, I'm sorry. Next, I wanted to really figure out how to make an impact with children. So I wrote a children's book called I'm Cool Too. And the children's book was using myself and my story being a dad of 3 and my kids thinking I'm corny for being a sanitation worker, and using that as leverage as well to spread the message worldwide about how sanitation workers are seen, why clean streets are necessary, recycling, but it's for pre-K to 4th graders, because that's what we want. We want that age to start, getting into composting and recycling and asking questions. And so I came up with an idea called Before You Trash It. So I have a workshop now, that I can go into schools and do a whole hour workshop called Before You Trash It with children, with coloring books and workshops and, teddy bears all around. How do we keep your neighborhood clean? And how do we reimagine when it comes to what our city looks like? So through all of that, corporations have been the key for me. It has been sponsoring, it's been partnership, it's been me doing a 30-second reel thanking this company. And then the company reaches back out to me and say, hey, we got, 25% intake on our Instagram because you posted us, or me becoming a brand ambassador. I'll reach out to a company and say, hey, you're in the waste industry. I'm in the waste industry. You have this product. I believe in it. Can I be a brand ambassador? And we exchange, my giving you access to my brand and you giving me a compensation, and it's going towards illegal dumps. I worked with other nonprofits. I have pledges. Pledges are an amazing thing. I've pledged to pick up 250 tons of trash this year in my city of Philadelphia. So now I reach out to like Comcast or Xfinity or AT&T and say, hey, I've made a pledge for 250 tons. Can you help me do 10? Can you pledge 10 tons? Can you donate $1,200 to cover 10 tons? Can you cover 5 tons? Can you cover 4 tons? And so now my 250 is now divided up into maybe 12, 13 different companies, and I'm not working as hard, but we're working all together. And the actual impact is now that I get to go into neighborhoods I've been historically disinvested in, and then be able to pick up trash in their neighborhood, use my brand to bring awareness to it. And now you have neighbors are like, yeah, no, we're going to keep it clean now. We're going to make sure. I have the city of Philadelphia adding cameras to blocks that have well-known been dumped on. And now we're adding cameras to try to catch people. Here in the city of Philadelphia, we've upped the fine. You can get fined starting at $5,000 for illegally dumping if we catch you. So all of this movement has happened by me being able to leverage my brand, leverage the media, and then leverage the partnerships with everybody else to bring awareness to one big issue, is that Philadelphia is not a dumping site. Like we're in the middle of a mayor's race right now, and every single mayor has pledged to clean Philadelphia. And I'm not saying it's because of me, but I'm thinking they've heard enough residents talk about how important illegal dumping is to them. And I'm very persuasive. I'm very I'm energetic, and my cleanups are fun. I'm out of the box. When I do my cleanups, I have a DJ there. I have a food truck. We invite children. We just have a whole good time. We want people to make it a memorable experience. And then the other thing that I do is I do not give people a chance to say no. I make the proposition so sexy, as we say, that people just want to. And I'll give you an example right now. Aaron, if you could drop that link or show it on the screen. With my children's book, I am donating $5 of every book to my school district. So the goal is to sell 200,000 of my books, and $5 of every book sale will go to the school district, which means at the end of it, I'll have $1 million to give out to the 45 schools in Philadelphia. So far I've sold 1,639 books. So that's like $8,100 raised. Now, if I was pitching to you guys as an example, I would say, hey guys, I'm at this conference, I'm raising money. I need everybody in the room to buy 2 books. That's $40. Now, in your head, you're like, oh, I could spend $40 on 2 books about recycling. But if it's 300 people in the room and 300 people spend $40, I now have the wherewithal to go pick up almost like 15 tons. So that's kind of like an example of how I use my leverage and how I use my brand and how I use partnerships to break down the importance of why illegal dumping needs to be eradicated, but how do you get people to buy in to the brand, to the mission? Now I have every single person in Philadelphia organizing neighborhood cleanups. I've done, tomorrow will be my 100th cleanup. I'm celebrating that. And I've picked up 565 tons of trash over the last 2 years. But it's easier now because there's so many other little groups who want to partner, who've already done the work and found the site. And I just come and I use my brand and influence in media to help them. So that's kind of my take on how you all can think outside the box and leverage brands and corporations, nonprofits, entities, media, elected officials to get the awareness about illegal dumping in your community, and how you get actual impact and actual movement to start getting some process done on getting people to just clean up their own neighborhoods. And that's it. And again, hopefully, I was dead serious. Hopefully you guys all buy 2 of my children's books. But that's it, Aaron. That's all I had to say, and I'll be open to some questions if that's okay.
Very excited to learn about Terrell and all the great work he's doing in Philadelphia. Do we have any questions in the room for Terrell? Yes.
People can hear me, right? Okay. Hi, Terrell. My name is Damaris Villalobos. Hi. And hearing your story, it's been inspiring to me. I'm actually also a public worker in Alameda County Public Works. And, it's as a public worker, it's easy to complain for lack of resources, lack of a lot of things, but it's harder to actually try to do something about it. And that's what you did, right? You're like, I'm going to do something about it. So it's inspiring to me right now in my journey here. I guess my question is, you talked about partnering with corporations, and I guess my question is, what are you doing to push them into implementing strategies and processes to reduce waste, right? Because one thing is to pick up, the trash, and we just heard that it was 1,000 tons. It made me sad, right? Because it's more of a symptom of something that's happening. It's just so much trash, and it's just sad to hear about that. I live here, I live in Hayward, so I see, what's going on. But how do you work with them, or is there any type of awareness to help basically push corporations to reduce waste, to implement processes so that people are not buying so much stuff, or if you need to buy it so that you can recycle. I recently heard, one brand, I'm not gonna say the name, but one brand that if your shoes are not good enough anymore, you can bring them back. If I have to be the brand, they give you a certain percentage off, and then you can just, buy a new pair, get the percent off, and then they use that shoe and they just, make another shoe with that old shoe. So to me, that's great, right? So it made me a little bit more loyal to that brand because they're basically in charge, right, of the whole cycle. So I guess that's my question. Sorry for the long story.
Okay. No, so what I do is I do like a two-part process. So when I have a brand come in and we partner with each other, I use my leverage as the media to cover the cleanup, cover the block. And then I go to that corporation and go, you help me clean this block, and it's going to be forever documented. So for example, Martin Luther King Day of Service, I got Jack Daniels and Tito's to sponsor a cleanup. They did about 4 blocks, and we picked up 10 tons that day. Every single person and neighbor on that block, I introduced the representatives from Jack Daniels and Tito's to, like, hey, it's because of them that your block is getting cleaned up. And then they exchanged information. And to this day, though Jack Daniels and Tito's still checks on that block. Like, some of the representatives still drive down that block to make sure that it's still clean, but the residents now feel empowered. So then the residents reached out to the council person of that district and had a camera added so that if someone dumps again, they can get caught, and then the fines can get enforced. And now the word of mouth is that this is not a good block to dump on. So it's kind of like that motion of, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And so I try to do that in every neighborhood and community, that when a corporation or a brand is sponsoring a cleanup, that we get it in the media, we get it in the newspaper. Like we make it such a big deal that illegal dumpers feel uncomfortable now. Like, I'm pretty sure they follow me on Instagram. So anywhere that I go, they probably stop dumping, because a lot of the places that I've cleaned up are still clean. But we've worked with elected officials, we worked with brands to maybe adopt a block so that they have representatives keep going through the blocks. But here in Philadelphia, it's so bad that when somebody does something like clean up a block, they are like held to the highest standard, and it just creates a great relationship. So I would suggest for you to start thinking about ways to make it a big deal. When you have a brand do something, or you collaborate, make it a big deal. Get the media out there. We all need good news. There's enough bad news on TV. We all need good news. Write op-eds. If I can't get anybody to cover something, I write a 700-word op-ed on why I'm cleaning this block, and then submit it as an opinion piece. Just any way possible to make it a big deal. But that's how corporations and brands start to latch on and be like, all right, you're getting attention. How can I get attention with you? And they start taking responsibility.
I had a question in the green.
Good morning. I'm Cecile Carson with Keep California Beautiful. Thank you for what you're doing to clean up Philly. It's needed some help for a long time, so appreciate your work. You actually answered my question that I was going to ask about neighbors, so I'm going to switch to your children's book and the presentations you're doing at schools. So what kind of call to action are you asking the children to do after your presentations to get them connected when they get back home, and to keep their homes clean? What are you're using your story, but do you have a particular challenge that you're issuing to them to help you keep it clean?
Yeah, so my business partner actually created a nursery rhyme called Before You Trash It. And along with the nursery rhyme, we have workbooks, we have coloring pages, we have like we have games. So my favorite thing is like they have like a cutout of all, like a banana, an apple, aluminum can, glass bottle, paper, and they have to like put it in like a composting bin, recycling bin. But it's literally just to start the conversation. And we all know how kids are. Once you start that conversation, it becomes the thing. Like, I have a 6-year-old who like start a recycling program in her school, by coming to my cleanups and every day telling her teacher, why don't we recycle? My dad recycles on his job. Why don't we recycle here? Like, she got so annoying that the teacher was like, okay, Dad, we're going to start a recycling program here in the school. So when I go and do the workshop, my call to action is to the teachers and this and mostly for the teachers, but to just keep having the conversation on how their age, maybe kindergarten, second grade, can be very influential in keeping their city clean and why it's important, and then doing it in a fun way. And like I said, it's nothing more annoying than a 6-year-old keep telling you to do something. Like you just switch your mindset and you just start doing it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've heard you speak before and you're just amazing. I really like the idea of fines for $5,000. So I am so grateful that we have a council person here today who is hearing. That's been one of the things that I felt we need more higher fines. Let me finish. It's great. I wanted to also find out, could you comment a little bit about root causes? What have you found about, what are some of the root causes that causes people to throw litter out their car doors? What is the root cause for illegal dumping? And why? How do you change behaviors? And I mean, you're hitting it with the children, which I agree. That's definitely the place to start. But we've got to get to root causes and behaviors. Thank you.
So I can only speak for Philadelphia. And again, guys, I'm so sorry I couldn't come. I really wanted to be in person. I just adopted a rescue, a husky, and I had nowhere for him to go, and I just didn't want to leave him for 3 days. He's actually sitting here snoring. So if you heard snoring, it wasn't me, it was him. So the root cause, it's a multi-layered thing. But here in Philadelphia, the number one thing is poverty. We have 1.8 million people in the city of Philadelphia, and 400,000 of them are living below the poverty line. So when you think about that, you think about there's certain neighborhoods that don't look like certain neighborhoods, and there's certain neighborhoods that are dirty, have most of the crime. So the way I attack it is I make a correlation between poverty, blight, and crime. If you want your city and your community to be safer, then it must be cleaner. And we did a study here in Philadelphia in 2018. We had 1,000 abandoned lots. The University of Pennsylvania, or UPenn or Penn, cleaned 500 lots, and they monitored them for 8 months. At the end of the study, the lots that were cleaned, the 500 lots that were cleaned, crime had reduced up to 30% in 8 months. So it was like a eureka moment that cleaning and greening actually contributes to the decrease of crime. So that's one, that's poverty. And with poverty, you can use the trash to create green jobs. So as Aaron said, I started a hauling company. I hire at-risk youth and returning citizens to clean their own neighborhood at a living wage. So now you're changing perspective and mindset that they think they can't do anything. They think they're worthless, but you pay them to clean their own neighborhood. They then become stewards of the neighborhood. And now they're walking around their neighborhood like, don't drop that there. I just clean that up. Or they're reaching out to me like, we need more trash cans in our neighborhood because I'm tired of cleaning up this one corner. There's no trash. Like, so now you create what I call trash ambassadors. You're paying them a living wage. They're staying out of trouble. They're taking care of their neighborhood, but then they're shifting mindset. And it's a soft touch. It's not a cold touch. It's not me going into neighborhoods that I don't know. It's somebody in that neighborhood that knows Miss Johnson, Miss Betty, Mr. Rufus, and Mr. Carl. And like now we're galvanizing the whole neighborhood, shifting mindset. And like, I don't care what they do on that side, but in this community, I'm the one responsible for it. I'm cleaning it, and everybody's going to join me in keeping it clean. And it's been like a slow rollout for me here in Philadelphia. And then again, the children's book. My children's book is so easy because the parents reading the children's books then starts to think themselves like, okay, if my child is going to be like this, I have to be like this now. So you just start shifting perspective and mindset all around. But poverty is the number one thing. When you feel better, when you in a better position, you make better decisions. And when people are worrying about their light bill, if they're going to eat and all that stuff, they have no time to think about throwing a potato chip bag on the ground. So for me, it's about having corporations and my city and the government invest in these easy green jobs that we can hire people tomorrow, give them a sense of pride and responsibility, have them make a living wage, and then they'll start to shift their mindset on the decisions that they make.
Time for one final question. One final question. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for presenting today. I'm curious if somebody wants to start something like what you're doing, do you provide any kind of toolkits or support or a template that they could then implement locally?
So part of all of my brand is I do coaching. So I'm a business coach. I help people in their neighborhoods organize cleanup groups. I help them. If you're a nonprofit, I can coach you through reaching out to your elected officials and to your corporations in your neighborhood, and like be a consultant. I don't want to be a consultant for a long time because this is really easy. So most of my contracts are 3-month contracts, and the few clients that I've had since I've started have been really successful. And they haven't been here in Philadelphia either. Like I haven't had a client in Philadelphia yet, but it's really easy to me. I know it may seem hard to you, but it's a 3-month contract. And I just help you set a foundation, start reaching out to media, working with people, getting corporations, and just creating a movement. Because at the end of the day, we have pockets of all these groups around the country will all be moving towards a better goal of eliminating illegal dumping everywhere.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Terrell. We're sorry that we missed you here in person, but we're very grateful for this hybrid technology that's allowed us to have you here with us and ask those questions and really include you in the conference. So we'll look forward to next year. Book the date now, and
Yes.
yes.
And
Excellent.
remember, I need everybody has to buy 2 books.
There we go. Thanks so much, Terrell. One last round of applause for Terrell, please.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right. Wasn't he great? Yeah. I've been very impressed with what Terrell does and the way that he uses new media and corporate social responsibility. I think is something that so many of us could do to really raise awareness around our jobs. So I hope that there's things that we can all take from his presentation and incorporate them into how we do our business. Our next speaker, very excited to welcome our partners at IDTAC. And for that, I'd like to welcome Larry Sweetser to the stage. Larry specializes in trying to bridge the gap between California's strict regulatory requirements, and they are strict, and the reality of solid waste and household hazardous waste. And he's been doing that for over 30 years. He's currently the chair of the California Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee. Did I get it? Excellent. And we're very excited. So please warm IDCon welcome for Larry.
There we go. Well, the trash ban's a hard act to follow. I got my start in the environmental field dealing with solid waste also, but from a little bit different area. Some people actually consider me the has-man. It's my license plate, but that's a whole different other conference. So good morning. Thank you all. It's First off, a lot of sincere thanks to Supervisor Nate Miley and Aaron Armstrong and their staff for putting on this much needed conference. We need to keep this up and get it out on the statewide basis, which is one of the discussions we keep having with that. But by all means, give them a round of applause for their efforts. It's been a great opportunity to get to know more people. And also a lot of the attendees here. I mean, a lot of you have the commitment and the passion to deal with this issue. I'm Larry Sweetser. I'm the chair of the Statewide California Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee. And many of you are on the front lines. We've heard some of the stories. Many of you are behind the scenes working on things. All needed parts of this. You have the commitment to getting this done. And I mean, part of our mission with the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee, IDTAC, is to show you you're not alone out there. There's a lot of other people out there. Hopefully you've networked with some here, so you don't feel that you're out there all by yourself. And as Supervisor Miley said in his opening remarks, and the theme of the conference is partnerships. And IDTAC is one of those partners out there. We pull together a lot of folks to get information available. I mean, looking around the room, I mean, look at the variety of people that we've had here that you've talked to, you've met, the ones online, which we have yet to meet. But there's a lot of different interests out there in what we're doing. So, and as Supervisor Miley also said, illegal dumping affects everyone, urban, rural, especially that's one near and dear to my heart. It's a society problem. I mean, it doesn't know any boundaries. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why it happens, and we're all trying to work on that front. I know many of you get frustrated trying to solve this problem. We are trying to change people. We're trying to change the way they think, the way they act. It's a very difficult task, and I think it's easier to take the smaller bite of the apple and look at all the things that can be done, that have been done, that other people have done out there. We're making slow progress, but we are making a difference, and I think that's what people need to focus on, a little bit at a time. It didn't happen right away, so it's going to take some time to get over it. So I'm on the IDTAC representing the rural counties. I've been working with them, 26 rural counties. For those of you familiar with California, it's pretty much north of Sacramento down the eastern side. I get to travel to all these beautiful places. I help them with all kinds of solid and household hazardous waste issues. They need the help, and it's fun to help them. They appreciate it. So any matter of questions they have, I deal with, including illegal dumping. A lot of these areas, some of the most beautiful parts of California out there, I get to travel there, and I see the illegal dumping. There's a lot of open space, a lot of federal and state lands. It's a very difficult issue to deal with everywhere. And I also live in the Bay Area in one of the cities here in Richmond, and we get our share of illegal dumping as well. So it's everywhere. So who we are, what we are, little pause there. So we're pretty much an informal organization. We started in 2006. We had meetings twice a year and presentations, trying to get to know people, get things out there. A number of years ago, we started with doing quarterly meetings and subcommittees that I'll tell you about. We are supported by CalRecycle. We are not part of CalRecycle. They do graciously provide us a lot of help, especially a full-time person over here, Stephanie Becker, who many of you may have talked to. And give her a round of applause. What we do wouldn't happen without her and the support that we've gotten from them. But we do get involved with other agencies as well. So one thing we've learned, there's not one state agency you can point to that who's in charge of illegal dumping. So it involves a lot of other partners out there. So we are an informal structure. We're not formally appointed by any body. It's just people that have an interest and a commitment to helping out with the efforts. And many of them are here today. So, but the state can't solve this problem out there. They can't come in even with a lot of money to solve it. It's got to be done at the local level. Many of you are involved there trying to solve this and work on the issues. But there are things the state can do, and that's what our purpose is to help try to find those resources that we can help you with that. So we have 32 members, small font, but that's our representation. It's cities, it's counties, it's associations, it's individuals, it's private companies, it's organizations. We have the enforcement side, we have public interest groups. We have a lot of different representation. We can add to that as we need to. So if there's something missing, let us know. But this is our official representation. We do have our meetings, they are open to the public, so if people are interested, we'll give you some more information on that. But it is quite a good group of all over the place, a lot of good individuals working on this effort. So I said we meet quarterly. We tried to outline some priorities. We've created our subcommittees. I'll tell you about strategy, outreach, standards, and enforcement. And we are looking for more members. We do have a work plan. 2020, we did this. So just a little bit on the subcommittee structure. So this is something we created to try to take the bits and pieces and work together on. So our strategy committee is pretty much out there trying to deal with facilitating local partnerships, the theme of the conference. Also identifying funding sources. We need money to do these things. What's the best use of that? What are the sources? We're trying to find those. It's not easy, but there is some hope out there. Also trying to measure program effectiveness. I mean, how do you know whether your program's working or not? What are some metrics you can use? So we're trying to come up with those ideas. We also have an outreach committee, which is pretty explanatory, trying to develop those outreach messages. Other than what Caltrans has done lately with the dump diversion days, I mean, when's the last time you saw a statewide message about dealing with the illegal dumping? A lot of you do your own local ones. There needs to be more statewide mission. So we're trying to figure out ways to deal with that. Also facilitating community involvement. You need to get the involved communities. As the trash man said, I mean, that's a lot of things. A lot of you also experience that, getting your communities involved to deal with this issue. Standards committee, trying to develop standards or data on collection. There were some interesting presentations. I actually tapped a couple of new folks for our group based on that. I mean, one of the things that would help to get the cause out there known is, we've heard numbers on this community has this many tons, that many tons. What is the statewide aggregation of how many tons of illegal dumping are out there? We don't know that number. That's one of the things we've been trying to look at, is trying to figure that information. Because when you get that number and you visualize how big it is, or how many statutes of liberties, or how many states that illegal dumping covers, that could probably get some attention, much needed attention to it. We also identified some training standards. A lot of public groups are out there doing training, or they're doing cleanups. We want to make sure they know what to do, what not to do. Particularly from my side, the hazardous waste side I deal with, there are some dangerous things out there. You want to make sure they know what not to touch. That's a big part of the equation. So we came up with a list of training standards and recommendations for them, both from the public side, public works folks, and if necessary, you go to encampment issues. I mean, that's a whole nother level. Some of these sites are almost like Superfund sites that you have to deal with. You want different people trained to deal with that. And then our enforcement folks, a much needed part of it. We need to, they're helping compile a lot of enforcement tools that they've done out there. What resources are available that the enforcement folks can go after people? Code enforcement, DAs, county councils, all of those are involved in it. We need them out there. And so what information do they have? They have a very good network of their own that they're working with, and we're trying to help them facilitate that so others will know. So in your jurisdiction, if they're not enforcing, maybe they can talk to somebody that else that does. That's a part of what we're doing. Also case studies on what other things have been done, what things work. You heard many of those in the last couple of days. So that's our subcommittees. Similar to the 3 E's that you have here in the county: education, eradication, enforcement. We also had a little term called PACE, prevention, cleanup, abatement, and enforcement. Very, very similar. And all of this is on the website as well. So trying to prevent it, trying to educate people. How do you get people to know the difference of what they're not supposed to do? Because until they know that, what actually happens with that piece of litter they throw on the side of the road, they're not going to change that behavior. And so hopefully by letting them know and educate them, that's a component, getting that outreach. And then you have to do the cleanups, like we've heard seen a number of those going on. And then unfortunately, we also have to do enforcement for those people that just don't want to listen or want to find the easy way out. So that's part of the whole program. So we do have a website. Feel free to do that. You can actually, and I've tried it just recently, even if you go to a search engine, just type in IDTAC or illegal dumping, and our name will come up there. You can also get to it through the Cal Recycle website. We have a lot of resources there that we're adding to all the time. We get more information, we put it out there. Many of you may wonder, well, how do you deal with cameras or how do you deal with encampments or something like that? We're trying to put together resources where you go to find not only what people have done, but maybe even contact people that have been involved in it. And I'll give you a few examples coming up. So we also have an illegal dumping toolbox that shows a lot of those resources. Years ago, we did a survey of jurisdictions. It's probably time to redo that again to find out what kind of problem it is out there. It's, again, trying to quantify it and some of the solutions. We actually helped our enforcement subcommittee put together an enforcement training for people. I luckily got to attend that, even though I'm not on that community. But the main thing I walked away with all these tools and all the sections in the codes that they can memorize and tell you, the main thing I walked away was that it is possible to go out there and do these things. You just need to know what codes and sections you can use and get the drive to do it and get that local champion that can help with it. The training requirements I mentioned, we've also looked at, and that's one of the other ones on our focus list, is looking at those so-called haulers out there that are taking material from people, offering a discount. How do you deal with those types of people? Some places have ordinances. Some people have taken other approaches. There's some recommendations, and that's one of the things on our list, to come up with more information that you can use to say, how do you go about doing this? We also had an encampment guide out there from years past that we just tackled. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. So we also, statewide resources, the website. We have spent a lot of time with Caltrans on the dump diversion days. You heard about them yesterday. Many of us on our group, particularly Doug and I, have spent some time with them on trying to make sure they know how local governments work for the solid waste side. So when they come in and do a free dump day for people, what does that really mean? What does free really mean? What do you do the day after it's gone when that information is left behind? We're trying to make that connection so that Caltrans knows when they do these, what information do they need to ask from the local agencies to make sure that it runs smoothly and afterwards. And we really appreciate the great work they've done. That money's not going to last forever, so we need to get the message out that there's other resources out there for people when they don't have these free days. So we've been working with them as another partnership. Our abandoned vehicles is one of our focus topics. I'll get into a little more detail. Messaging campaign, we're also looking at that. We also have a geo map. I'll show you what that means. That helps. And just also creating some guidance and guides on how you can create your own local partners. And also the enforcement tools. And we've actually created a Google listserv we're trying to work with. So here's one of our websites, one of the main ones on illegal dumping resources. Of course, we have to have the nice pictures out there to show people. But it's one of the links that we have, just a screenshot of one of the pages. Some of the other links that we have, I don't know how many links we have, but there's a lot of them. Our toolbox has a number of other avenues to research more information. There's the geo map. CalRecycle's team actually put together a map of California where you pull it up and you can pull up in any jurisdiction, city or county, who the local contact is for illegal dumping. We constantly have to maintain that, but if you want to know what's happening in Modoc County or some of the other places, we've got names up there, and trying to keep it current is an issue, but at least there's somebody you can contact, an agency or a name. So we decided to take our subcommittees and focus on some particular topics. These were the 4 that came to light. The one we've chosen now is about abandoned vehicles. We're tackling that this year. We just had a meeting on that. Encampments, we talked about a bit. Some of the other ones that are on our short list is cameras, how to use surveillance cameras. We heard about some of that. We also heard about drones. So coming up with guidance that people can use to find out information on what's the most effective way, and also what not to do. I like to talk about what not to do because it helps people know things to avoid, save some time, and the unlicensed haulers. So the encampment issue, we kind of wrapped that up. That was a very difficult one from a purely illegal dumping standpoint because it's such a broad issue. Illegal dumping is just a small component of that whole society issue. So we tried to focus more on what to do on cleaning up the encampments afterwards, more so than the other parts of the issue. And so we're wrapping up that information, and we'll have it available, updating the current guide we have. Now our abandoned vehicle focus topic we're doing. This is what we've tackled for this year. And so we're trying to look at the issue of abandoned vehicles. Many of you see those. Sometimes they're abandoned by themselves. Sometimes it's cars. Sometimes it's RVs. Sometimes it's boats. It's all kinds of things. Sometimes they're empty. Sometimes they're full of trash. Sometimes they're full of needles. There's a lot of hazards with that. Sometimes they're full of stuff that gets burned and you have to deal with it. So how do you get rid of those? What do people have to do? Where do you go to as a citizen to find out what to do with autos or vehicles that are abandoned? As an agency, what resources are out there? What have others done? How to do it? There are some tools, and we're trying to compile that together for people. So we're kicking off our subcommittees. Here's some of the ideas we're looking at with dealing with abandoned autos, to try to work within our subcommittees to focus on that and pull that together as a resource. They'll still work on other issues as they come up, so we're trying to break it into pieces that we can work with, given the expertise of the people that have that interest. So if anyone has an interest in any of these topics, particularly about autos, join our group. So with that, I wanted to thank folks. We've got the website here for people. We have a number of them. This will be posted as part of the presentation. You can find it yourself. And I'm going to turn it around a little bit. So since we are a statewide group, we're serving as a resource to lead into the questions part. What do you need to see from the state or agencies out there, or a statewide message to see, particularly dealing not only with the illegal dumping, but also the abandoned autos? So I want to hear from that people as part of this question. So what resources do you need? I mean, everybody needs the money. That's an easy ask, a hard thing to do in California with the budget, but.
Sanchez, I just got hired as the illegal dump or solid waste and litter abatement coordinator in San Benito County. One of the things that I noticed, we just did a river walk in San Benito Riverway, and there were a lot more abandoned vehicles than I anticipated even seeing. But one thing that's a major problem for us there is access, because there's no roads that lead right to them. There's no pathways or anything for heavy machinery to get in there. Access to these abandoned vehicles is kind of my question. How would one go about getting those out of a river?
Yeah, that's a two-part question. One is legal access, being able to get access to do anything with it, but also the physical access. There was quite a big project that Cal Recycle did on their illegal dump site cleanup program. They had around a bend area that was probably a couple 100 feet long with a slope that big with trash just went down there. And if there's amazing pictures of getting a bulldozer and a crane to operate on that angle. So there are some ways to do it, being creative. One of our folks on the that we just did a presentation on talked about how to get some of those out of difficult areas. I'm not sure about, but there's got to be ways to do it, and that's the kind of things we can add to try to figure out some options.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't know, Steve, if anybody's run into that as far as.
All the time. Yeah, we've done a couple of different things. If there's a lot of other solid waste and vehicles, we've even built a temporary rail down to where we could haul stuff in and out. But with vehicles in particular, they had a lot of success with a semi-truck auto wrecker, because they have a long length cable to be able to just drag it up. It already went down, so you're not really disturbing anything, but dragging them up at a great distance that way, just to get them out of there without having to build access road, things like that. And we're working on a tentative project with BLM, a large number of them in a protected area. That's a little, vehicles went off of the road, and after the accident, people left them. And they're looking at potentially airlifting them to do it as a very short duration project, do it rapidly. But they're in a protected area. They own all the property and nobody has any resources. So they're looking to potentially partner up with us. But personally, on my projects, we had a lot of success with those semi-truck auto wreckers. They're more expensive, but they have much longer cable and much longer a higher speed retraction.
That's awesome to hear people are thinking about stuff like that.
Talk to very good contractors. That's what I would suggest. That's where most of our best ideas, not like we're geniuses up at the state, but we have good contractors, and ask around and brainstorm. So thank you.
I know we had a question from online as well.
There is an online question from Michael Freed. Michael wants to know if you have any affiliates with the various indigenous populations for mitigation on the multitude of tribal tribal land is heavily impacted by dumping of all kinds.
We have had somebody from EPA on the tribal side on membership. She retired. We're looking for someone new. I actually have some other work I do with the tribes for solid waste and hazardous waste. And I've been talking with them about that. And they have done some presentations. They've done conferences as well on illegal dumping and solid waste management. They actually had a whole presentation on abandoned vehicles that they did. So there is some work in that, and I can maybe put them in contact with that person. So if they want to reach out to us.
Member Kyle.
Yes, and thank you for the work that you're doing. So the question that I have, I'm from Oakland. Grew up here in Oakland, and I do this on a daily basis. And my employees, as opposed to doing policy work, they're out there cleaning the street. But anyway, so the question that I have for you, since you're doing it statewide, part of the growing up here in Oakland, it used to be that we all went to the dump yard to dump. And it didn't cost me $300. It cost me maybe $10 or $20. So I guess the question that I have from you, I'm glad Waste Management is here, right? Because right now we created a bulky pickup. So everybody lines up with 120, 300 cars to come dump in dumpsters. And all my public works workers are all standing there all day long as opposed to cleaning the streets, waiting for you to bring it to the dump. Anyway, so my other question for you is, what is the practice within cities that in terms of that allows me as a pay Waste Management to pick up to be able to go dump at the yard? And I'll give you an example. I have family in Tucson, Arizona. I load up my U-Haul truck, couch and mattress. I go dump, only $20. I go here with the same amount, it's $300, $400, $500. So the question that I have, we need to create a balance. So if I am a customer of Waste Management, I can go straight to his dump yard because all my public works trucks go to his dump yard, including my volunteers. All right. So I guess is there a practice statewide that we have a fee? Because right now in Oakland, I have the highest garbage bill that I pay at home. Right. And so what is the balance within the state of California to make sure whether I'm in LA or up north, that we do have a recycling waste management contract that I, as a resident, can go take my garbage, or I hire her to go take my garbage. She don't have to go dump it on the street. She can go straight to Waste Management and dump it like we used to do. Anyways, so I don't know what your experience is with that.
Oh, there's a lot of experience I've dealt with that. I actually spent 14 years working on the garbage side.
Yeah.
Now I work with local governments. It's a very complicated problem. We've spent some time talking about that too, but every jurisdiction is different. The cost of disposal is very high for a lot of reasons. You've got the labor, you've got all the regulation compliance they have to do. Most people have found it's easier to tackle it from the dump days and other things and the free disposals for that. But that also has to be paid for at some point. So there's no good answer for how to deal with that because the cost of management of that material is so high anyway. But if we don't, I mean, every time a rate increase goes into play, illegal dumping probably goes up everywhere. I don't know if you have statistics on that for here, but I've seen it in the rural areas. You raise it $1 and illegal dumping goes up through the roof and you're spending more than $1 trying to clean up that mess at the same time.
Yeah, and so the last question I have, because I have to go on. Anyway, so the last one is, we talk about enforcement. We do have high fines if I catch you doing illegal dumping, but the problem in Oakland that I have, I can catch you dumping. I need to take your picture and validate that that's you dumping. I send it to the city attorney. And then the city attorney sends it to the district attorney. Then the district attorney goes before the judge. And if I'm going to say, then I have to be present in court. So yeah, that's her, judge. That's the one I saw. And a lot of our people are afraid to be able to stand there and say, yeah, man, you did it. I saw you in your truck doing it. And so how do we, is there a practice statewide that when it comes to fines, and what is the process for me to point it out and say, yeah, man, it was you. I know it was you. That you know, I can feel the resident more comfortable in doing that.
There's been a number of examples we've looked at before, the 311 system. Sometimes it's anonymous that they can get rewards for it. Many
I
people
got to see your
afraid.
picture and I got to tell them who took the picture and who did it, where you did it.
There's a lot of apps that
I
will
don't know
upload
if
that.
our district attorney team here, because they work on that a lot, maybe they have a couple of thoughts.
For me, it's been pretty simple. I was Oakland PD for 30 years as a traffic cop. I go to environmental crimes, and initially they were handling this as a misdemeanor, which, you know, it gets tied up in the courts, it's going anywhere. So my suggestion is we write infraction tickets. It's almost similar fine and the 8 hours of mandatory community service. Melissa here, we have a surveillance cameras out there, and she'll see a dump on the site that we have the cameras there, and then she'll capture the license plate, and I do a little research and match it all up. I write a citation, doesn't take that long, and it gets handled in traffic court. So it's really simple, and I've closed almost 65 cases within a year, where in the past, I don't think not one case was closed in 3 years. So it is fairly simple. It's just, you know, it's not that hard, to be honest with you.
How long does it take to do that?
It
Because
takes-
some of
I've
the
done
cases,
it-
some of the cases that we turn in, that we catch takes about 6 months.
No, I do it, I can do it
Well, you
within.
may, that's what I want to learn, how you're doing it, because throughout the other system that we have, it takes a while.
Makes the cameras press the deal. So, because then you don't have to involve the human factor, which is incredible, right? So it's a scary, it's scary to sit there and say, you did this.
I utilized other people's cameras too, like the businesses, and I've had no problems in court with that as well.
That's what we're trying to do, is grab those examples that you can see and others can see what other people are doing and maybe adopt it.
Yeah, no, we have the cameras, but to encourage the resident that sees you on your street dumping, and yeah, I know you got your truck, man, I see you. Anyways, that kind of stuff.
Warren's ready to answer some of that.
No, I'm not ready to answer. I had a question, actually. Of all the items legally dumped, I would think that abandoned cars are the easily most traceable item back to the owner, the last registered owner. And unless that registered owner filed a stolen vehicle report, what is the follow-up of finding those that, like, if I have an old car, I just want to just dump it or leave it somewhere, it was last registered to me and I never filed a stolen report. Are we finding the last registered owner?
Some people have, that's what we're trying to pull together, that resource. One of my rural counties gets motorhomes dumped because somebody sold it for $10 to give it to somebody who never changed the ownership, may have passed through a few hands. So when they go to trace the VIN number, it's the wrong person, but whose fault is it to change that thing? There's all those details to pull out, let people know. So there are ways that it can be traced. What do you do about it then? So that's the kind of stuff we're trying to say, well, here's one option, here's another option, here's what somebody has done that you might take a look at.
Okay.
Yeah, Jim.
Tow sweeps that are paid for by registration, part of your registration fee. You know, we used to do these tow sweeps. On one Saturday, we tow 200 cars.
Yeah.
Right, and you've experienced those, have been pretty successful. And then we would write parking tickets to the registered owner. Sometimes it'll find its way to the real owner, get passed on. But that's been really, we've done some joint efforts with the sheriff's OPD in our office, did 2 stings last year. And we were successful in that regard, but a lot of it's manpower to getting folks to do it. But to me, I don't see it as it's hard to do tow sweeps. It's just that it's just getting the, you know, and plus there's some other politics in play with somebody is going to be living in the car, whether that's going to be towable or not. But there are tools in place already to.
Even that.
Well, I mean, this is an incredible topic, and honestly, we could have a whole conference here on abandoned cars. But if you want to keep this conversation going with IDTAC, you should get involved with IDTAC, because this year abandoned vehicles is what they're working on. Last year, it was encampments. I had an opportunity to serve on IDTAC last year. It's a very methodical process to help create a toolkit that cities and counties can use throughout the state that's standardized. And so they're doing the same thing this year for abandoned autos. If you want to get involved, reach out to IDTAC. One more round of applause, though, for Larry Sweetser and IDTAC. I live in your district, council member, so I know exactly what we're facing. There you go. We're getting the address, more partnerships. All right, so I'm gonna just bring it back really quick because we do have a 10-minute break that we can use. So this is your opportunity. Sorry, it's a 9-minute break now. And so grab your drink, grab your snack, grab your last call on refreshments, and we will be back here at 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock for our next presentation.
Have our presentation here.
And has it back there as well, right?
Yeah, but she may want to use the mic. I need to ask. Yes, we need to decide. So we need to decide on that.
It's like one or the other.
Okay. There's not a lot.
It is so. Thank you for everything. I was like, this is so nice.
Yes, I know. I see your face all the time. No, I'm like,
It's like, a lot of folks, and I'm like, Larry. I'm like, oh my God, person.
all right. Yes, I'm so
Thank
glad
for
you guys
putting
have.
it together. Yep.
Hi there.
Got it. Casey is with Leon Moss. Office.
Oh, it's not mine.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So, and I have my phone here. Do you want to speak to from the mic and hold a mic, or do you want to just speak? Because it will pick up. This is a hot room. Then going and walking around. Yeah, you don't want a mic. I don't want a mic. Okay, great.
We're gonna enunciate, right?
Hey,
We
I
could
talk
use
as, I can talk as loud as anybody wants.
Look at this one. So you don't need glasses.
I wear glasses. Okay, so where is
I don't
the,
think we're reading glasses. I don't know what the clicker is.
okay,
Maybe we should ask Aaron now. Or maybe the person that's
no.
gonna be doing, presenting the whatchamacallit.
No, they usually have it up here. They've been also just hitting the thing.
Well, let's ask her now. 'Cause
Well, I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay, let me ask her. then. Thank you. here, so because this is the presentation I want them to share. Is that different from what the one that we sent them? Yeah. Only added slide. Because she's got it in her, Where is she? Who is she? She's someone in the. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's nobody there. Who is it? Erin's coming over here. So.
What we'll do, when I pass the presentation over to you, I'm just gonna go up here and I'm gonna request control from Mel. Control will then come to here. You just use these.
With the little arrows.
Yep,
Okay.
so forward, backwards.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. I don't know how you do it. You've been doing this for a long.
What's this? Oh, this work for, I hear us. Welcome back to our online audience as well. We're very, very pleased to welcome to the illegal dumping stage 2 of just my absolute favorite community organizers and activists, Mary Forte and Lisbia Morenes. And Morones, I'm so sorry. But they're with the Faith in Action East Bay and Block by Block Organizing Network. Big round of applause for everything that they do. Mary is an Oakland native and lifelong resident of East Oakland. Big fan of Mary, love working with her. And Lisbia was born in Nicaragua and immigrated to the USA at the age of 6 to reunite with her parents. And she's been raised in San Francisco, where she learned to speak English quickly, but never lost her mother tongue. Thank you and welcome so much. Big round of applause to our presenters. I'm going to turn on the room mics for you.
Good morning. My name is Lesbia Morones. I'm a leader of Faith in Action East Bay, formerly known as Oakland Community Organization. Since 1972, Faith in Action East Bay has been a driving force for systemic change, racial justice, and economic equity in Oakland. On January 1st, 2020, we changed our name to Faith in Action East Bay to reflect the move to expand and regionalize our work. We are scaling up the level of our capacity to build power throughout the East Bay, and we are our commitment in faith-based organizing and leadership development now encompasses Alameda County and Contra Costa County. Faith in Action East Bay is a 501(c) nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. Our mission is to develop leaders who build power through their congregations and schools to drive systemic change and improve the quality of life of their families.
Let me change the slide.
Let me see if I can. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So we missed ourselves. And good morning. My name is Mary Forte, and I'm a member of Block by Block Organizing Network, short for BBON. BBON is a not-for-profit citywide district-based community of activists, volunteers working for progress in Oakland, formed following the 2010 mayoral campaign. Our membership is dedicated to the betterment of Oakland through community partnerships and support for progressive public leadership. We are very grateful for the opportunity today that Supervisor Nate Miley gave us to share the work that we have been doing to address illegal dumping. Who we are: Faith in Action East Bay and Block by Block Organizing Committee, District 6 and 7, have been organizing since 2015 around the illegal dumping issue affecting our families living below the 580 freeway in Oakland. Illegal dumping is a health and safety issue interfering with students' learning and creating more negative impacts on people's health and quality of life. In collaboration with the city, today we will share how we have been able to increase funding for Oakland Public Works by $4.9 million during the last 6 years. And together, we represent thousands of families from the flatlands of East, Central, West, and North Oakland. We refuse to accept that we should have to step over piles of trash to go to school and do our daily activities. Our vision is that our neighborhoods are clean, our families have jobs, clean, green, and affordable housing, will not fear deportation, displacement, police violence, and racial profiling. We will continue organizing in collaboration with our city officials, Oakland Public Works, and the Department of Transportation until a solution is found to keep our streets clean and our communities receive the services we deserve.
This is our motto for our organizing: PICO, using people, improving communities through organizing. As you can see here, we have the first step is the one-to-one conversations, which is where we talk to our community members so that they identify what is the problem, what is the need, what is it that is making their life not the quality, not the type of quality life that they would like to live and have dignified living. Then the next, after having our one-to-one conversations and identifying this, listening, doing deep listening and relating to the folks, then we move on to the research. In the research, we talk to the people who are in power. We talk to, for example, our city officials and the folks that can really make these changes and represent our communities with their needs. Then after having our research, the third step is we organize to have an action. And the action is where we talk to these powers and we go ahead and ask and make those asks to make the changes that our families need and our community members need. We started with the one-to-one campaigns, as you can see here. That's where we started our work. And and after hundreds of one-to-ones campaigned, we listened to the number one priority, which was the trash in our streets. Parents walking their children to school through streets which were blocked with mattresses, couches, syringes, condoms, dead animals, feces, and many other objects that endangered people's safety. This experience was even more endangering to our neighbors in wheelchairs, people with physical disabilities, and seniors. After we identified illegal dumping as the number one priority, we started a series of research meetings. One of our first meetings was with the police officers serving the St. Louis Bertrand neighborhood at International Boulevard and 100th Avenue, followed by a meeting with Oakland Public Works Director and his team. At that meeting, we learned that the Public Works employees was far smaller and much smaller than what they needed to address the issue in an equitable manner. The data that was collected from these research meetings was the number of workers the department had at that time went from 123 in the past to 83 at that point. Out of those 83 employees, many of them were not working for different reasons. Another problem was broken equipment, antiquated equipment that they had. All of that made his work very impossible, the director said to us. Through our research, leaders determined that a budget increase at the Public Works Department was crucial to increase capacity and address the illegal dumping issue. Following our first action, we met with Council Member Larry Reed at District 7 and asked him to create a policy to penalize those trashing our streets. First offense, $1,000 and 30 days of street cleaning work. Second offense, $1,500 plus 60 days of street cleaning. Third offense, $2,000 and 6 months in jail. These were the proposals. He promised to work with the city attorney and report back to us. We continued our research meetings with other council members.
In November 2016, 700 residents met with the mayor and the city council members at the St. Louis Bertrand Church. We asked them to report back to the larger community in the following 90 days about these priorities. Number one, increase Oakland Public Works Department budget. Number two, hire a team of environmental inspectors. This is a picture of us at the Louis Bertrand Church. Next one. Number three, hire more workers to clean our streets. Number four, purchase new equipment and repair broken equipment. Number five, install cameras in the areas identified as hotspots. Number six, penalize people caught dumping on our streets with fines and/or community work. And seven, ask the Department of Race and Equity to make District 7 a priority in order to eradicate illegal dumping from our neighborhoods. Following our public action, we committed to do our part. Once a month, 60 to 80 community leaders gathered early on Saturday mornings as our commitment to contribute to cleaning up the blight in our neighborhoods of the highest needs. In February 2017, 400 community members met with the mayor and other elected and city officials to listen to a report regarding the work progress and approval of a budget increase. Some progress was made and they committed to come back again in 90 days to continue reporting back.
Almost simultaneously, in February 2017, close to 200 parents and educators met at Esperanza Elementary School. with Oakland Public Works Director to ask him to make the school's surroundings a priority for street cleaning. After this meeting, we walked with the school neighborhood to show our guests the neighborhood conditions. This area continues to be marred by trash even to this day. In February 2017, we also had an approval of $1.4 million of an increase in the Oakland Public Works budget, and Blitz crew was hired and they purchased new equipment. However, the streets continued to pile up with more and more garbage. This is a press release, which was also about the garbage, where we worked very closely with our mayor and the city council folks. Shortly after, in August of the same year, 2017, 200 people attended another follow-up meeting for a second report. Many detailed questions were answered and many proposals were made to ensure the funds approved would be utilized to keep our streets clean. Such proposals included: 1, approval of funds for second illegal dumping crew and to track the money. 2, expedite a hiring process for the new illegal dumping crew. 3, advise the city as to where to place the cameras and send the list to the call center. 4, monitor Oakland Public Works report for reaching its goal to keep trash out of drains. 5, support an approval of $5 million total to eradicate illegal dumping permanently in our city. 6, ask the Department of Race and Equity to support and become involved. 7, mayor committed to lobby Cal Recycles to improve enforcement of dumpers. 8, the mayor's office will continue to support monthly and quarterly cleanups. 9, the mayor recommitted with these words, and I quote, to prioritize services to those who have the least. We have priority in putting these most resources in places that suffer the most, end quote.
In April 2018, 600 people gathered to a meeting with the mayor, city council members, Oakland Public Works leadership, and other city officials to continue demanding the budget increase to eradicate illegal dumping from our streets. In June 2018, the city agreed to: 1, hire 7 new street maintenance workers. 2, hire 5 new environmental enforcement officers. 3, start picking up trash proactively, not just in areas driven by complaints. And to install $250,000 of lighting in dumping spots. In December 2018, 200 people gathered for a meeting at the East Bay Asian Youth Center to ask our mayor, who's pictured here, and along with our council member Noel Gallo, who's here today, how they plan to work with us to get our flatland neighborhoods cleaned up and cared for. We also celebrated the second budget increase approval of $1.4 million in June by the council members. We appreciated the funding increase, but we also knew that it was not enough to build the capacity to clean our streets. We continued our research meetings with council members and also attended city council meetings to continue demanding budget increases for the Oakland Public Works Department.
Throughout 2019, Faith in Action East Bay and Block by Block Organizing Network leaders had conversations with over 1,000 neighbors at their churches, their schools, and community organizations about the work we had been doing around illegal dumping. Faith in Action East Bay and Block by Block Organizing Network leaders took the media on a reality tour to compare the mayor's neighborhoods to the flatland community neighborhoods. 600 Faith in Action East Bay and Block by Block Organizing Network leaders gathered at East Bay Asian Youth Center to present their demands to the mayor and the city council members. Hundreds attended city council budget meetings to advocate for the money. In January 2020, the city launched Oakland Proud. Faith in Action East Bay and Block by Block Organizing Network leaders attended and participated in the Oaktown Proud initiative, launching with Mayor Libby Schaaf, Oakland Public Works, and other community members. In early 2020, prior to COVID, we had an in-person meeting with Supervisor Nate Miley and Aaron Armstrong in attendance here. Faith in Action East Bay and Block by Block organizing network leaders in their Oaktown proud hats, and that's what you see here. During COVID, the amount of illegal dumping and abandoned vehicles on the streets of Oakland increased significantly. We resumed local organizing committee meetings via Zoom in August 2020 with the goal of continuing to hold our city officials accountable to the work and to avoid misallocations of the funding.
In September 2022, we had an action on Zoom entitled "Get the Trash Out of Oakland" with 250 people on Zoom. In a couple of key tests, we heard a couple of key testimonies. One was from a Fremont High School student leader who shared her struggle with riding in a wheelchair around trash, broken sidewalks, and homeless encampments on her route to school. We also heard from the principal of the Fremont High School in East Oakland about the students' need for a clean path to school, not one full of used appliances, drug needles, tents, garbage, broken furniture, and mattresses. As a result, the students do not feel safe nor respected. The principal said that she needs students to be fully engaged in learning in order to earn their diploma. What the students face on a daily basis is that we as a city do not care about our young people. We met with council members Nikki Bass, Carol Fife, Noel Gallo, Treva Reed, Mayor Schaaf's chief of staff, and other city officials. We urged them to identify the root causes of illegal dumping, littering, and abandoned vehicles, and implement solutions to change behaviors, such as not giving or taking items to homeless encampments, enforcing the encampment management policy, particularly around schools and libraries, and educating Oakland residents via social media, billboards, AC transit bus shelters and buses and schools on proper disposal methods for mattresses, tires, green waste, and end-of-life vehicles. We asked each council member to determine the extent of illegal dumping in their districts. Our suggestions were the following. We asked that the 126 public works vacancies be filled by streamlining the hiring process and working with private industry to implement best hiring practices. We provided the Department of Transportation potential solutions to address abandoned vehicles. We asked that the mayor's representative, council members, and officials from Public Works and the Department from Public Works collaborate with representatives from Waste Management, from BART, Caltrans, Amtrak, Alameda County, and private companies to address illegal dumping and the cleanup of locations where multiple agencies own property. And finally, we asked for a commitment to clean and remove abandoned vehicles, debris, and find homes for the residents of an encampment at 45th and Bond Street, located adjacent to the Fremont High School, a church, a plaza, and a store. Just moving on because we're sort of out of time. We propose that this would become a model for Oakland to clean up these types of areas. Unfortunately, in less than 3 weeks after this meeting, one person was killed, another wounded behind the grocery store on 45th and Bond.
November 2022, the press conference that we had was the ultimatum. In November 2022, we had witnessed a response from the City of Oakland officials. The community leaders concluded that our request had fallen on deaf ears and proceeded with the press conference at 11 a.m. Friday, November 18th, in which we announced a 72-hour ultimatum. We held a press conference at 45th Avenue and Bond Street to issue this ultimatum to city officials because of their lack of response to our September action. We were very disappointed that only 2 representatives from the city who participated in the September action were present, Aside from the 2 reps from the city, a representative from Nate Miley's office.
Aaron.
Aaron. Yes, and newly, yes, an applause for Aaron. And newly elected city council person attended. Residents of the neighborhood explained how the neighborhood lives in constant fear, and that their fear, their frustration and disappointment rests on the city's lack of action and accountability for their community's health and physical safety. Since then, sadly to say, very little has been done to eradicate the illegal dumping, abandoned vehicles, and address the unhoused encampments and criminal activity conducted behind the Cardenas Market, all hours of the day and night. However, we continue to have monthly accountability meetings with our elected and city officials and the Oakland Public Works team.
So in summary, this is what we have accomplished through our organizing work between 2016 and 2019. The city council members approved an increase of that $4.9 million to increase Oakland Public Works capacity to be distributed across 4 years. The money was used to increase human capacity, purchase new equipment, hired the 5 environmental enforcement officers for proactive street cleaning, to purchase advanced cameras to be installed in the most effective areas, and for the monthly block parties on the 4th Saturday of each month. This slide shows exactly the $4.9 million and how Public Works allocated that money. The slide is from Public Works. The bottom part shows the additional 21 positions that we received. We're almost done. Next slide. There's the 21 positions again. So where are we now? Unfortunately, our streets continue to look like this, but we're going to continue organizing until our streets get clean. Right on. Yeah. Continue to meet monthly with our leadership of OPW and Department of Transportation. We're going to ensure that our funding that we've received is allocated for the purpose and used appropriately. And we have been asked to get directly involved with negotiations with Waste Management, since their work directly affects our health and safety as we are their customers. Last slide.
We're not giving up. We're not. We are prepared to hold our city officials accountable to their responsibility to keep our city healthy, clean, and beautiful. Illegal dumping poses a significant threat to the public health and safety and demands permanent, efficient, and tangible resolutions. The families of color residing in the flatlands of our city who witness the deterioration of our communities are frustrated and weary and of being disregarded for more than 7 years. The people of Oakland are entitled to a satisfactory resolution to this problem. We reiterate to all of you, we will not give up. We're not giving up.
Thank you.
We have a shorter time for questions. Yeah, Jim.
1984, I lived in Hayward, and then I moved to Oakland. And then in 2004, I lived in Fremont. And in 2016, I came back to Oakland. In those locations, I met a lot of people who had the attitude, just take it to Oakland and dump it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we
Yeah.
hear.
It's like the East Bay has an attitude that Oakland's the dumping ground. I'm sure you guys are aware of it, but how to address it? The only thing I can think of is you guys, because you have a voice, is to work with your council members and they go to their peers in those cities and say, no more. So
Right.
it's coming in from outside as well as inside.
Yeah, we're very much aware of that. Yeah, people, there's one area on G Street in East Oakland. We did some transformation work down and cleaning it up. And while we were doing it, someone came and dumped. And they said, well, isn't this the dump? And we said, no, this is where people live. Yeah, so they do think that there are certain areas of Oakland that this is the dump.
Yeah, it's an attitude in the East Bay that needs to be addressed
Right.
regionally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And they shot out the cameras.
On G
Okay.
Street too, yeah. We had cameras put up, that was under Mayor Kwan.
Right.
And they shot the cameras out.
We may have some new cameras out there. They're
Oh,
not shut out.
Okay, yeah, that's
I'm not
right.
gonna tell you exactly where they are.
The county has helped us
I
put
do see
cameras
it.
out there. Waste management, my friend.
Yes, so just based on what he's saying, how people come to Oakland to dump stuff, is there any other way we can hold other cities, I won't say exactly accountable, but just at least take initiatives to find opportunities for the residents there to have their, to get rid of their waste the proper way, encourage them, things of that nature, because what they're not doing, we're paying for it in our city.
Yeah, I don't know of ways, but just off the top of my head, maybe we begin finding those, finding Emeryville, Hayward, San Leandro. If we find out that someone from their city came here and dumped, we find them. Like, we heard $5,000, find their cities. I don't know if we can do that. I don't know, but gotta do something.
Hi, very quickly, there's a logo right behind your head, Mary. Stop Waste, that's an all Alameda County agency. They do lots of tunnel funnel work of how to decrease waste. I'm on their board. I'm going to bring this issue to them on Wednesday because this is something that has to happen across the bay. Don't trash Oakland, respect the town. I do think there's ways that we could do this. I don't think it has to fall on your shoulders alone at all. I'm committed.
Thank you.
Just wondering if it's coming in from other cities, isn't there a way to spot it as it's coming off the freeway into Oakland area? So the camera wouldn't actually have to be placed on G Street, but what's the route they get there?
I've thought about that too, and sometimes I've gotten so frustrated. I've been doing this for 25 years that I almost feel that every entrance into Oakland, say, I don't know what nights they are, it's Saturday night or Sunday night, every entrance, you need to stop every truck coming into Oakland and ask them where they're going, and if we see anything on your truck, any place within Oakland, you're going to hear from us. I think something may have to happen like that. There's not that many entrances. It's 580 and 880 are the two main thoroughfares into Oakland. 980, yeah, and I guess coming from 24, but still, I'm talking about a half a dozen places, and there's certain nights I'm sure that are, they dump more than others. So I almost feel that something like that, stop those haulers when they're coming in here.
Well, we may have a good opportunity to do that this year with the Assembly bill. We'll talk about that as well. So thank you so much. Yeah, just on the traveling piece, I know that that's something that we struggled with a lot because you see these people driving around that, and they're in a neighborhood and you're like, well, this isn't where the dump is. The dump's down at Davis Street. What you doing here? And but you can't stop them and say, where are you going? Because it's not illegal to transport. And so that's where Assembly Bill, Doug, what's the one for Wilson? 592, who Assembly Member Wilson talked about yesterday would give counties the authority to regulate small haulers. And so that's exactly what that's about, is giving us the authority to say that you need to have a medallion on that truck. If you don't have a medallion, we can pull you over. We can check a manifest. And so that's why we're really supporting that. I don't want to spend too much time on this because this is a sidebar. And I am digging into Cal Recycle's time. But it is something that I just wanted to note and say that's why we're really supporting that Assembly bill this year. I'd now like to welcome, speaking of some statewide partners and the theme of partnership, Cal Recycle and Fresno County to the illegal dumping stage. We have Stephanie Becker, who officially joined the illegal dumping effort in 2018 as a Cal Recycle grant manager for one of the cleanup programs. and continuing efforts. She has since transitioned into a role that facilitates the statewide illegal dumping technical advisory committee, or IDTAC. So she's been supporting all that great work that Larry was talking about earlier. Here also we have Steve Kroc, who is and I hope I said that right. Is it? Oh my gosh! You know what? Is a registered civil engineer with over 30 years experience. His career includes solid waste and public works projects for local and state governments, and running his own civil engineering and surveying firm. And lastly, online we should have joining us Salvador Espino, who's an administrative analyst in Fresno County that joined the county administrative office in May of 2022. And I see you here, Sal. So I'm just going to request control over here. Okay. Excellent. Over to you. Let's give a warm illegal dumping conference welcome to CalRecycle in Fresno County.
Sure. Go ahead. Thank you, Aaron. And where is the clicker? Or I can go ahead and just use the arrow here. That's fine. Okay. Good still morning, everybody. Today you're going to hear about CalRecycle relationships. As you can see, local government and stakeholders. Thanks for introducing us, Aaron. So CalRecycle and then Fresno County. Sal wishes he could be here today. He was almost going to be here, but he can't. So today's presentation. Arrow. Oh, come on, arrow. Okay.
I don't have the clicker.
I don't have real hands. I was like, they're fake.
Give up remote control. Right, just click
Let's
hard.
click hard. Okay. So you guys, we're going to go over CalRecycle's role in illegal dumping, types of relationships. CalRecycle has, this is in regards to, of course, illegal dumping, illegal disposal. And then you're going to hear firsthand from Fresno County and Sal, one of our stakeholders or our cleanup program recipients. And then we'll do a quick slide on Oakland, because we are here. So CalRecycle's role in illegal dumping sometimes gets a little bit misunderstood. So I thought I'd do a brief slide on our role as a refresh for some of you guys. But before I dive into the paragraphs below and the pictures, I went ahead and linked last year's conference, which is going to go over, which is, if you want to, I think it's peppered, the link is peppered throughout all the material. So I'm not going to go over a big thing about what CalRecycle does. I mean, we're under the umbrella of the California EPA. But I would refer to the presentation last year regarding to everything that CalRecycle does, more details about our programs, our grants, and those programs and grants are going to more directly impact illegal dumping and indirectly. So moving down, you'll see that beautiful site there. Oh, so sad. It just makes all of us cringe. The legal disposal site. So that's going to be kind of the linchpin for CalRecycle. CalRecycle's role with illegal dumping as illegal disposal sites. So CalRecycle. So I'm going to just go through these paragraphs here. CalRecycle collaborates with local government and stakeholders primarily through programs and grants that assist with the legal disposal sites. So I'm going to kind of say it again. So CalRecycle can only assist directly with the legal disposal sites, but has some funding and resources to help with litter and illegal dumping. So if you can see those pictures there, and if you go out, there's a CalRecycle sliver of the IDTAC booth out in the lobby. We made some efforts to try to define a legal disposal site, legal dumping, litter, so that information out there may be helpful for a lot of you guys. And then you can stop by the booth for more information of programs and grants. So diving specifically into relationships, partnerships CalRecycle has. So CalRecycle is going to partially fund local enforcement agencies who sometimes wear various hats. You see that yellow bubble there. So LEAs are responsible for investing illegal disposal sites. So there's that piece there. And some regions in California, CalRecycle actually serves as the enforcement agency. So there's that type of dynamic there. CalRecycle provides direct support like engineering and scientific services to local governments and LEAs. So there's that partnership. CalRecycle has cleanup grant and loan recipients. So what do those look like? Cities, counties, joint powers authorities, special districts, resource conservation districts, tribes, and sometimes private entities. State and private contractors have a direct relationship or on retainer with CalRecycle for cleanup projects. So those are a variety of partnerships. CalRecycle has relationships. And then before I turn it over, of course, I want to mention the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee. So that's CalRecycle's like illegal dumping arm, if you're getting into the technicals of illegal dumping. And the IDTAC is going to advise CalRecycle. It's going to advise the state and local and regional entities on illegal dumping. And CalRecycle, as you heard from Larry earlier today, CalRecycle is a member of the IDTAC, but there's 30 different sectors and different organizations, entities that represent the IDTAC, but they're CalRecycle's illegal dumping arm. So now I'm going to kind of switch the dynamics of the presentation a little bit, and I'll turn it over to Steve, senior supervising engineer who has direct firsthand relationships with probably all those partners on the last slide.
So yeah, Stephanie had given an overview. My program is the solid waste cleanup program at CalRecycle. And there's information on our website, and Stephanie presented it. Mostly what we do in the way of illegal disposal sites and illegal dumping is grants. This presentation is to talk about when we use the state's resources, the state's contractors and engineers to help with an overly complex and expensive project down in Fresno County. So there is all of our funding, including our grants. There's funding available, but there is a requirement for cost recovery if it's private parties and private property in particular, and that prevention measures and some level of local agency contribution in the way of either dollars or efforts, and that the community be engaged as part of that prevention and long-term view. So if you could. So let's see, I think I kind of covered this. So yeah, we have the grant program, but then our contracting part is available to public agencies when on specifically illegal disposal sites. And I know Sel was going to mention part of this, but that is when either a large contractor or a private individual turn their property into a illegal transfer station or a disposal site. They charge fees at the gate, set up a commercial operation, and operate as long as they can before they get caught. So those projects and this one are large individual sites rather than just illegal dumping or even a lot of illegal dumping at a given property. That's unknown members of the community. Here there are individuals charging fees or saving themselves contractor disposal costs. So many of those types of projects, the local agencies, when they get to be large sites, simply cannot afford them. So that's when we step in, when we can, because we still have budgets as well. But this is the largest site we've taken on in our program's 24-year history. So, you know, congratulations, Fresno County. But, well, it's a large site. It's why we came in. It's the large enough scale. This is where we come in to assist with our contractors. Not a lot of what the city of Oakland's good work is all about.
And then you know what I'll go ahead and do, there's a little flyer. We have a display flyer. So this is, Steve's talking about the managed remediation. And so this is to assist, if the point didn't get across clearly on this, to assist entities like cities, counties, and public agencies with illegal disposal site cleanup projects they cannot solely manage. So we're going to hear from Sal, and you want me to pass it over to you?
Well, you're going to mention
We're going to tag
the
team.
website later, right?
Yeah. So this is, I'll hand it over to Sal. Here, hold on, let me do my, and this is, again, since we're learning, not duplicating efforts, you're going to hear about Fresno County site, the partnerships that they put together to make this happen in conjunction with Cal Recycle, and just the lessons learned and how this, huge site. The picture that I showed earlier was actually from Fresno County, this site. I actually went out to the site, but how we can, you can see how the partnership lessons learned and how it will not continue, and different jurisdictions can learn from it. So Sal, why don't you go ahead and unmute?
Sure. Can everybody hear me clearly? I hope so. At this point, I kind of just want to talk about this project that Cal Recycle has assisted the County of Fresno with, and glad to hear we're number one, Steve, there in terms of this size and cleanup here. The project, as you can see, says Riverdale. It's Garfield Avenue in Riverdale. It's actually a small CSD called Lanier in Riverdale, with a population of about under 800 residents or so. So just the size of this area is not well populated, really, but it is a rural area that has kind of been a mecca, so to speak, for Fresno County, illegal dumping. And then this property itself in particular was a special case. So Stephanie, if you can go on to the next slide, please. And then in this next slide, I don't know if you have a chance to click on that link and zoom in. If not, overall, this is just a large map of the property itself that was kind of given to us by our sheriff's drone team. And so you can kind of see the large size of the property itself. Our county had inquiries regarding this property beginning in late 2021. As I have heard from other presenters during this conference, because I've been zooming in and out online, our code violation teams, our illegal dumping cleanup teams, they're not very large. I've seen some small teams, but our team up until last year was about 3 people within Public Works. So needless to say, we need to grow that team. We got some support from our Board of Supervisors last year, and we have gotten to hire about 8 additional folk in the Public Works specific code enforcement team that will handle these kind of sites and projects, as well as putting more funding sources in there as well. So we are trying to kind of get a better grasp of these kind of sites and illegal dumping in general. But just to give you another rough idea, there's about 2,900 open violations as of mid-March this year. This includes illegal dumping, building violations, illegal trucking, etc. But again, this is where these kind of sites, they end up on that queue of about 2,900 open projects. Even with 11 employees, it's rough. With 3 employees at the time, it was impossible to get there. Thank you again to Cal Recycle, because I truly believe that if Cal Recycle didn't come in and assist us with this, it would still be on that queue of about 2,900 projects to complete. The issue with this property in particular is 2 main points. One is the size of this property. It's approximately 10 acres or 459,000 square feet. And the second part was the ownership of this property. The ownership actually got inherited by 5 different owners when the last single owner passed away. And all 5 of those owners actually don't live in the Central Valley at all. So it was hard to get a hold of them. It was hard to kind of collaborate with them just because they weren't here. And so that again is also another issue that kind of helped this project grow and get to a point where County of Fresno probably couldn't handle it by itself. Stephanie, at this point, if you would be able to go to the next slide. I think there was a slide before that, or did we move it? I can, yeah. So at this point, I wanted to kind of thank the other departments that collaborated with the CAO's office, and just again, give an idea of how much collaboration has to be done by the county itself for these large projects. These are all different divisions here within the department or within the county of Fresno that had to get us involved with this project, and really with any project this size would get involved. The three main ones that were out on the field for the most part basically are subject matter experts. There's Public Works and Planning, the Sheriff's Office, and the Department of Public Health. The Department of Public Health is actually the LEA that Steve and Stephanie just discussed, how that's who CalRecycle actually works with directly. So that for us, for the County of Fresno, that is the Department of Public Health. The County Council's office and the CAO's office probably handled more of the admin work. We did do a couple of site visits. I got to see firsthand just how this looked before and after it was cleaned up. So that was nice. But County Council, CAO's office, we stayed in our office for the most part. Didn't get to have all the fun out there that the Public Works Department, the Sheriff's Office, and the Department of Public Health got to do. And then the Department of Behavioral Health is actually what we utilize for outreach efforts with the homeless encampments that were there. So anytime there's homelessness individuals, homelessness encampments out there, we actually have DBH have an outreach team that we contract with to go out and provide assistance if they can, or at least offer them assistance, because that's the very first part we as a county agency need to do. The Department of Social Services can actually conduct the services themselves or give them vouchers if they do follow up on those offers that DBH gave them. And then one office that is actually not on here, as their logo is not on here, the district attorney's office can also get involved if anything needs to be kind of investigated criminally. For this particular project, they were not involved, and most of the time they're not, but they can and have assisted with big violations like this in the past. So Stephanie, if you can go to the next slide, please. And then on this one, we had, there might be some video lag for you guys on your end, but this is kind of just the project site during the cleanup. CalRecycle and contractors cleaned this up very quickly, and we probably would have finished it even quicker if it wasn't for the delays in the weather. For future large scale projects like this, we may or may not discuss about waiting until a drier season. Because I know we probably had to wait about a week or two of just standby time while we waited for things to dry up a little bit. And then in this video, you could kind of see that CalRecycle actually had to put a great asphalt panel there, or roadway, to kind of help them load the debris onto the trailers a little better, just because it got so wet during this time, which I know that we're happy for the rain, but sometimes weather doesn't really help us out, or Mother Nature doesn't cooperate as much as we'd like to. So and that's it for this slide. I think, can you go to the next slide, Stephanie? This is a video that's going from the front, as that graveyard pathway there that CalRecycle made is actually going from front of property to the back of the property. As you can see, it's so much nicer, so much better. This video was actually taken last month. So that's a couple months after the cleanup was actually completed. So as we can see, we've done a good job of securing the area and allowing this to not happen again. We initially put up a chain link fence. That chain link fence did not last very long. It was taken down, it's probably sold for parts or you know, what have you. It was taken down almost immediately. So the county purchased K-rails, and those have been a lot better to deter anybody to come back on the property and or dump back on the property. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Stephanie.
You know what, Sal, give me one second.
Okay.
Steve, did you want to go over the specs really quick, just so you can get some numbers to the scope and the size of the project?
So the state mobilized a contracting crew that consisted of 8 people, 3 excavators, 1 loader, 1 skid steer, a water truck for dust control when it wasn't raining. And we're out there for a total duration of 7 weeks with that crew cleaning, and a total of nearly 3,000 tons of solid waste was removed, 6 tons of just treated wood waste, and nearly 9,000 tires. About a third of those were truck tires, agricultural tires. And then there were over 2 tons of burned solid waste. One of the pictures in there quickly showed that individuals were burning some of the tire piles. Those were taken and treated as hazardous material. And the state's total cost to remove all the materials from this site ended up being $870,000, to give an idea of the size of the project.
Thanks, Steve. All right,
And
Sal. Thanks.
And as you can see, we're going now from the back of the property to the front of the property here. One quick note on that side of the right, there is a home that was there. And so that home actually kind of started this whole project, or whole site actually, to begin with, because individuals trespassed onto that home itself. We weren't able to knock down that home. We attempted to work with the 5 property owners to see if they gave us permission to. They did not, or at least one of them did not. And because all 5 did not agree to it, we couldn't take it down as part of the cleanup. That's unfortunate, but those are private property rights that we have to abide by, since they technically still own that property. Those are the K-rails there. As you can see, those are all around the perimeter. I believe we purchased 32 of those to help secure the perimeter itself. And I just wanted to kind of go back to that home because I think I skipped over it. The individuals that trespassed had this entrepreneurship kind of mentality. They're the ones that actually started charging individuals to start illegally dumping on this property. And they charged a small fee that individuals saw as a, big convenience to them. They don't have to drive out to an appropriate legal landfill and be charged those larger tipping fees. So that began it, but they also didn't stop there. They actually started charging rent and letting RVs and other homeless individuals live out in the property itself. So again, that home, we really wish we could have knocked it down, but again, because of private property rights, we were not allowed to. And then the next step, or the next slide, will talk about more of the community outreach portion. If we can go on to the next slide there. So in the beginning of this presentation, Stephanie and Steve did talk about community outreach and community meetings. So the county and CalRecycle both conducted community meetings together throughout the project to keep the community informed. It did get contentious at times. It wasn't the perfect topic to be discussing, or a very happy topic to be discussing, but I feel that the community of Lanier did appreciate and did appreciate the kind of knowledge that we were able to talk to them throughout the actual process itself. They actually requested additional community meetings from the county for future projects. And then which the CAO's office right now is discussing whether we can commit to that or not. The other community concerns that kind of did come up because of these community outreach meetings is what will be done with the property itself at the end. At this moment, it's kind of tied up in litigation. We cannot speak to because we don't really know what will occur with this property. And that's something we had to talk to the community about. There was a big concern that there was a rumor going out that this was going to be transitioned into a legal dumping site, which is, there's no truth to that rumor at this point. One, because it's not zoned for illegal for dumping at all. And two, because of litigation, because it's still a private property, we do not have any plans as of now until that gets resolved. What about additional illegal dumping sites in this rural community? That, I think, is a large question that this conference itself has kind of tried to resolve, right? That's a question that everybody's asking themselves as an agency right now. And that's something that we don't have completely figured out, but we're getting there. Lessons learned, I think that K-rails are going to be a big tool for our private property, or even just county-owned property, that we can kind of secure a lot better than chain link fences. And then another lesson that we learned, I got to walk the site with an environmental engineer from CalRecycle, and he kind of just wrapped a lot of the grants that are available for county agencies up into a nice little list or short list for our agency, sent them over to my office, and then I was able to talk to the Department of Public Health and Department of Public Works and Planning about, hey, who can apply for these grants? Because there's never a shortage of illegal dump sites out here in Fresno County, especially in the rural areas that need some funding sources to kind of assist them with. And so that's it for my presentation. I'll hand it back over to Steve and Stephanie in-house there.
Thank you so much, Sal. if I don't know if you heard the applause, you just got applause in this room. So make sure to stay around for questions. Thank you,
Thank you.
Gonzalo. And we're gonna do a quick slide on the City of Oakland. I don't know if you've heard of it. I'm kidding. All right, Steve.
So, so it's funny because the previous presenters mentioned some of the community block, don't want to call them block parties, but block events. As part of that, the City of Oakland applied for and received a grant from Cal Recycle, and it was used for those events, those community block events. Most of it, I believe, was used for bulky items as part of what they were doing, but they were awarded a grant in 2019, and they worked between 2019 and 2021 and completed that grant successfully and made good use of those funds. And part of our grant criteria was met by what they were doing because they implemented a new program to try to get a different take on and make a difference in the neighborhoods. Cal Recycle's funding can't be used to fund existing programs, but pilot programs to attempt a new swipe at how do we make things a little better in these neighborhoods and try a new program that the county, the city can then look at funding into the future. And it was a very successful project. So back to the Fresno site is a very large site and many agencies at the county, as Sal had mentioned. Some of our takeaways and thoughts are that at your city or county level, there are many agencies involved. If you can designate a single point of contact within that network so that you don't make it the public's problem to try to outreach to 8 different entities, have a single point of contact. And areas where there's constant illegal dumping, if they're not quickly addressed, they're an attractive nuisance and they grow more illegal dumping. And we had heard on this Fresno site that a lot of contractors out of the city of Fresno said this is the place to go to keep our costs down. So, but in advance of these type of projects, build those relationships now. These partnerships are key. It's a lot of what IDTAC is about. Be better positioned for situations if you're already working with between the agencies and with some of your local community groups. And if you're approaching Cal Recycle, is reach out in advance for assistance or maybe what the options are for assistance. Not only do we have annual cycles for those grants, there's instructions to them, but in particular, the legal cases may take some time and effort that you don't anticipate, that we could help you navigate or at least know what you're in for when you're considering a project.
Wonderful. And these takeaways do apply to the Fresno County project and then just in general of what Cal Recycle has found. So definitely a point person to coordinate everybody. So that is our presentation. And I think now it's time for Q&A.
I think it's like, I've seen some bad illegal dumping spots in my day, and I don't know that I've ever seen anything that's quite that big. Jim.
Can I come up here for a second?
One of our colleagues.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not on.
Oh, okay. I'm Jim Madden. I'm grant manager of Cal Recycle, and I was part of this Fresno project kind of in a offhanded way. One of Steve's engineers contacted me to ask for assistance from the local conservation corps for the tire cleanup. So they removed 6 semi-truckloads of tires. Of that 9,000, they took out 4,800 tires. So if you are looking at some of these cleanup things, your local corps may be able to help you depending on the material, because this grant covers bottles and cans, e-waste, and tires. So look to them for your local corps, at the local corps, to help stretch your budget. go to the CalRecycle website, type in local conservation corps, it'll take you to the webpage, and at the bottom is the logos where you can click on it and then get in contact with them.
Thank you, Jim. And they know.
Wondering, in the city and county of Fresno, do they have a construction and demolition component tied to the zoning laws and the permits? So that way they can track the haulers, the people that they get to haul the waste and make sure that it's going to the correct dump site?
Can you hear that, Sal?
Yeah, and I would say that at this time, I wouldn't be able to best answer that for you. That'd be a question for the Department of Public Works and Planning. Off the top of my head, I don't believe so, but that would be a key. I guess my only question about that would be, is every contractor who's hauling things away from a construction site, or are they even permitted themselves to be doing it and then taking it to the appropriate landfills as needed? I would say it'd be tough for us to do so just because of the large area of Fresno County.
Hey, Sal, so the question is, since they used that as a dump site, where are they dumping now? I mean, does the city or county of Fresno have a location where now people can go there to dump legally or pay a cost?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have a number of landfills that are appropriate landfill or dumping sites for the county. The biggest one, probably American Avenue. This particular situation came up because this individual was by far undercutting, because it wasn't really their property. So they didn't have any skin in the game, so to speak. And they were obviously doing it illegally. But no, we have multiple landfill sites as the county. And then the city of Fresno also has their own landfills that can have legal dumping on there. It's just that the costs and the efforts that individuals have to do sometimes do not add up, and therefore we get situations like this where we have a really big illegal dump site.
In this case, since the property owners weren't the ones who, they don't live in the valley, they weren't there and present, are there consequences for this happening on their property to the property owners, or is it just the entrepreneurs, as you've said, who had set up shop?
It was both. Both can face consequences, and that is part of the litigation process that's ongoing right now, because there is going to be a high bill, so to speak, for this cleanup that obviously CalRecycle is helping us out with for a majority of it, but that's part of the legal teams from between CalRecycle and our county council legal team here at the county, who are ongoing with those legal efforts. So will there be consequences? Most likely. We're just not sure what those will be, because like I said, litigation will take quite a bit of time.
That was my question.
Well, excellent.
Yes, hi. Have you encountered any illegal dumping sites on either city-owned or county-owned land? And how have you dealt with it?
So yeah, are you asking if there's been a collaboration between the city of Fresno and the county of Fresno, and if there's like a legal site that basically has dumping on what would be considered both areas?
No, I'm asking, are there any illegal dumping sites that you have encountered on their city-owned land in Fresno or county-owned land in Fresno? What you told us about was private-owned land. So I'm asking.
Oh, I see.
Government,
Government owned property.
yeah.
Understood. So it's not, so if it's the city, they'd have to deal with that. The county's right of way. If we see any illegal dumping on the county right of way, then we do, as the county, have to clean that up ourselves. And we try to get to those as quick as possible. That is handled specifically by the Department of Public Works and Planning. So I've signed off an illegal dump sites on county right of way property or county property. And at that point, that is the county responsibility. So again, trying to find better deterrence and trying to find better program so that illegal dumping doesn't happen on our sites. That is what I tried to learn through this conference, as many other agencies were doing. But yes, there's always, I would say there's constant illegal dumping on county property and county right of way. So at that point, it becomes the county's responsibility to clean it, but we could put unlimited funds in there and we would not be able to clean every single day. So yeah.
Thank you.
Little two-part. Earlier, you mentioned that Cal Recycle steps in and can help when it becomes an illegal dumping site versus just an illegal dump. So how many illegal dumps does it take to make an illegal site? Okay, that's part one. Then the second part was, if there wasn't a nefarious trespass or a property owner who was actually profiting, would that make it then not qualified as a legal dump site?
Okay, great question. So it is part of it being the illegal activity. So the solid waste LEA is a county level agency, usually the health department. They enforce all the solid waste laws, which include facilities and operating permits. When someone operates an illegal one, i.e. they charge a fee or they are running their own contracting commercial operation and just dump there, is what triggers that LEA and a lot of Cal Recycle's involvement. So we do allow on some of our grants illegal dumping, but it's when it's this clandestine for-profit operation is when Cal Recycle steps in with its contractors.
So in this case, if there wasn't a trespasser, it was just word of mouth, go to this spot and keep dumping, Cal Recycle would never have stepped in?
We would have probably assisted the county on getting a grant to handle it themselves to supplement their funds for that property.
So you had to somehow, through investigative process, have confirmed that someone was, okay, very good.
And at the same time, the county, some of the same rules kicked in. I forgot to mention, Sal, I apologize profusely, is that the county contributed $120,000 to the project and then did a lot of their own efforts like the K-Rails, their own local laws. That funding became available because it was an illegal operation versus a legal commercial operation versus just illegal dumping.
Right. And if I could speak to that really quick, Steve, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, there's actually a special revenue fund that the county has that comes from a small percentage of the actual fees that come from the legal landfills that the county owns that are set up as their own enterprise fund. So again, the $120,000 that was reimbursed to Cal Recycle came from that special revenue fund because it was an illegal dump site. If it wasn't an illegal dump site, I don't know if Cal Recycle would have been able to assist. But on top of that, we wouldn't have been able to touch that special revenue fund. And that special fund is actually very well guarded because we don't run into these types of situations all the time, and we can't use that money on anything else. So.
Last question.
Yeah, does that include encampment centers? Do you provide a service for that? Because even like the one I have here in Home Depot, the individual, it's a private property. But the individual that's been there a while with his RV is charging people to come in. If you want to dump your stuff, you can go to that property, he'll charge you $150 for you to dump. And it's happening throughout many of the homeless encampments.
Yeah.
Right, do you include support for that?
In general, no, we refer the agencies to the grant programs, but I do know of a recent case up in Marysville where the city exhausted all of their resources in cleaning up a homeless camp and resultant trash and fire debris and all kinds of good stuff. They spent about half of the total cleanup before even calling us. They said, we attempted to do it ourselves. Now it's halfway cleaned up. Can we get direct assistance with state's contractors to finish it up so that we have a clean slate? Because if we have a halfway dirty property, we will not be able to enforce on it and keep it clean. It looks so. Usually not, very rare instances, yes.
Yeah.
It will
steer toward now has about 6,000 homeless people on the streets and it keeps growing. And I got people from Missouri, Canada, Oregon, Washington coming into our streets, and the problem keeps escalating. But anyways, I'll check with you. Thank you.
All right, and thank you to Cal Recycle and Fresno County. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we've now reached one of our most exciting portions of the day, and that's lunch. So I'd like to just remind everybody, as you're leaving this room to get your lunch, you'll be following some staff directions to make sure we have a nice orderly process. Head to your left through the doors and then take a right into the lunchroom. Once again, all of your lunch materials, everything that's in there is 100% compostable. And so please make sure they're either getting in the compost bins or these large black bins that we'll be doing the sorting in. When we come back at 12:30, we will hear from the Beautify San Jose program and then close off with some closing keynotes for the evening. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you back here at 12:30. Have a great lunch. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the third annual statewide conference on illegal dumping. So glad to be here, and I hope everyone had a good lunch. Just a reminder for the next presentation, we are going to have the mics in the room live. And so that's one of those situations where any talking or things like that are going to get picked up by the mics. So when you're in here, we just ask that you're super quiet. Very excited to welcome one of our next presenters, the Beautify San Jose program from the city of San Jose. They have presented several times at the illegal dumping task force that we convene, and every time they are here, it is an absolute treat to work with them. They always come with such innovative ideas and best practices like that Cash for Trash program that we heard about yesterday. And so to bring this program to life for us, I'd like to welcome Ed Ramirez. He's the supervising environmental services specialist for the city of San Jose. He has 24 years of experience with the city of San Jose, and he's currently manages the program's neighborhood blight reduction efforts. And also Olympia Williams, who works for the city of San Jose as the division manager of the Beautify SJ for the City of Programs Blight Reduction and Beautification Strategy. Welcome to the illegal dumping stage, Ed and Olympia.
Check this off. Perfect. Thank you so much, Aaron, and thank you for allowing us to be able to present about our Beautify SJ program. I'm Olympia Williams. I manage the city's Beautify SJ program, which is a blight reduction and beautification strategy. Alongside the house, we have our encampment management team. And what that does is really provide services at 150 plus encampments. There are 5,000 unhoused people in the city of San Jose, in the city of 181 square miles. We have 200 plus parks, multiple community centers, libraries, 141 miles of watershed, and folks living in a variety of areas, as well as thousands of people living in vehicles. That's one side of the house where we do a multitude of programs. On the other side of the house is really our neighborhood engagement and blight reduction team, and that's what Ed manages. Across our system of blight reduction and beautification, our council has put in significant resources and investment into this strategy. When I started this in 2015, I had 4.5 FTE. Today, I have 74.5 FTE. I'm going to add an additional 17 people next year, right? So a lot of the way I've added those folks is discovered this illegal dumping kind of community regional task force that Aaron was leading in 2020, and basically took everything that I learned from all of the folks in this room and all of our partners watching us on Zoom today, and just turn those into how can we scale it and implement it in the city of San Jose. We have a very supportive elected officials, as well as our city manager and city manager staff that really supported us to do this work. While I have a large team, I will tell you it still takes a multitude of partners. Remember, we're 181 square miles. We have property owned by Caltrain, Caltrans, Union Pacific Railroad, PG&E, Valley Water District, the County of Santa Clara, and a multitude of other interjurisdictional partners, right? So a variety of programs, but a variety of partners of how we really make this work. So Ed's going to talk to you today about our partnerships and how we have multiple partners to really help us address blight and really beautify our city. Ed Ramirez.
Wow.
Thank you, Olympia, and thanks everybody for having me here today in person and online. My name is Ed Ramirez, like Olympia mentioned, and I do supervise the Beautify side of the house, the neighborhood reduction, neighborhood blight reduction side of the house. So very happy to be here. In today's presentation, I will be focusing on partnerships that support the efforts of our Beautify San Jose program. And speaking of partners, I'd like to give a shout out to the ultimate partners, Supervisor Nate Miley's group, Aaron Armstrong, and the task force. Like Olympia mentioned, we have learned so much from this platform on the monthly meetings, at the illegal dumping conferences, as well as other organizations like IDTag and other partners. Through this platform and all these new partnerships, we've learned to implement the 3E strategies into the Beautify San Jose program. So one thing that I feel that we are experts at is eradication. We're constantly eradicating. We're great at it. And we're taking steps to educate. But like the 3E strategy, it all doesn't work unless you have all three components. So yeah, just giving the shout out to the group because they joined public agencies, private sectors, nonprofit groups, community groups towards addressing illegal dumping and other blight-related issues in our communities. Right. So I want to throw this in here, and this was kind of like inspired by our deputy director. I think she might be watching live, but in the calendar year 2021, our program collected 5,488 mattresses. And she was kind of fascinated by this stat. And like me, she needs to have like a visualization of that quantity of mattresses. So she kind of did some math, kind of figured out, did some, calculations to see exactly what that looks like. Any guesses on how tall 5,488 mattresses stacked on top of each other might look like, or how it might look compared to monumental structures or anything like that? Any guesses?
22 feet, 22 stories.
Close to the mile. It's 4,573 feet. That's how tall all those mattresses would be stacked. And for us, how we can visualize that, that's 16 City of San Jose City Hall buildings. A building is 18 floors tall. So imagine 16 of those buildings on top of each other. That's what those mattresses stacked would look like.
16 of those buildings.
16 of those buildings, or 4 Eiffel Towers. So that's just 1 year's worth of mattresses collected by our program, by one program in one jurisdiction. Imagine if we tallied up all across the state, the mattresses collected in 1 year, what that would look like. Would we get to the moon? Would we wrap around the earth? I don't know, but that's a lot of mattresses. And speaking of mattresses, I'd like to give a special shout out to a partner that we all have, the Mattress Recycling Council. Their partnership in combating illegal dumping, they bring multiple groups together like ours, like us, to focus on the same goal of addressing illegally dumped mattresses. Their partnership for us specifically has helped us through a pilot program that we participated in with them last year. It helped us identify what type of measures have been effective within our multifamily dwelling or MFD dwelling communities and the prevention of illegally dumped mattresses. So that's a partnership there that I really appreciate. They've been very helpful. Their initiative is outstanding, and we look forward to continue to be a partner with them for years to come. So I know that I'm going to talk a little bit about some of our programs and some of the successes of our programs. But before I do that, I kind of wanted to dive into kind of like the human aspect of partnerships. So when I learned of what this year's theme at the conference was going to be, partnerships, it had me really thinking about that word and how it relates to our program. So, I really thought about like, wow, partnerships. That's just about everything that we do. It requires partnership. We wouldn't do or couldn't do anything that we do without. And partnerships is at all levels, not just between local governments, other interagency jurisdictions, or private nonprofit groups, community. It actually starts within internally.
You guys, a lot of you probably know Olympia Williams, and you know how amazing, fabulous, superstar type of person that she is. I have the fortunate opportunity to work alongside her. My office is right next to hers, and I'm seeing her 5 days a week in action. So whether, she identifies as such, but I think she does. That's a partnership I have with her. And already I'm growing, learning, and understanding the processes, understanding all the tools it takes to establish, maintain, and provoke upcoming partnerships to get the job done. So partnerships, it starts with them. So Olympia Williams has done an amazing job of fostering an environment, a working environment that allows for positive partnership. And me being on her staff, being kind of like her right-hand man for a while, I felt like it is my responsibility, my duty, and some of the staff at work kind of see me as a father figure. And it's not just because of the age thing, but I've always got some advice to give in passing. If I see something happening, I don't hesitate to provide guidance or some advice. Excuse me for a second. I like to talk. I could talk forever. And, a lot of humor, a lot of good positivity in our group. For example, just a moment ago, my colleague here, Chris Krieger, said, if my hands were tied, I wouldn't be able to talk. So, because I talk a lot with my hands. So fostering an environment, positive partnership environment. It's obviously it starts at the top with Olympia, and it trickles down. And like she mentioned, we grew from just over a dozen staff to over 70 in a year. And building a team that fast, putting programs together, establishing standard operating procedure, just the whole 9 yards takes a lot, and it really counts. It really depends on the type of staff and the environment that you give that staff to make everything work. And putting everything together in 1 year and having the success that we've had says a lot. So, for example, the Cash for Trash program, it's been extremely successful. In my opinion, it has been very successful because of the type of staff that we have in that program. They all, because of the leadership coming down, they all have this buy-in. We provide an opportunity for them to provide feedback, suggestions, go out there, a lot of trial and errors to establish a new operating procedure for this program, a successful operating procedure. And with that buy-in, without them buying in and establishing that partnership from the maintenance staff to the community activity workers performing the outreach with their leads and their leads with their supervisors and the supervisors with myself and Olympia, we wouldn't have that success. So the partnership, that idea of partnership starts at the very, very beginning. Partnership is an agreement between two or more people or groups to enter into a trade, a business, some sort of agreement to contribute from both sides into an effort. And that's something that we have been extremely successful at from the bottom all the way to the top. And so we're in this almost 2 years, right? Almost 2 years. So after our 1 year retreat, we started looking back at our attributes. What has made us successful? One of the attributes that stood out was our ability to pivot. Pivot became a key word that we focused on with staff, sending the message. The reason why we're essential assets is because we can pivot. We can pause or halt our normal duties for the moment to turn and address something that needs attention. We have that ability to pivot. But all along, we've also had that ability to create, maintain brand new partnerships and make those partnerships work. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that before I introduce or speak a little bit about each one of our programs, because every single one of our programs has a partnership with each other. And none of these programs would have worked or been successful without that level of partnership. So it's very important from the very beginning, the staff, right? The frontline contract managers, the frontline outreach people, the frontline maintenance staff. It starts from there all the way to the top. Olympia, the deputy directors, and the director, assistant director are all busy at the top at their level, establishing partnerships, working on policies, working on agreements and budgets. So, I mean, it's all over the place from A to Z. Just partnering with the illegal dumping task force, Nate, Supervisor Nate Miley and Aaron Armstrong. We've learned so much from this partnership. It allowed us to learn what everybody else is doing and, you know, to address illegal dumping and other blight-related issues. Like I said, I could talk, so I better hurry up. I don't know where I'm at on time, but 5 minutes left. Whoa, I apologize. I went off on a tangent. So real quick, the Beautify San Jose is a multifaceted approach to keep San Jose clean, safe, and engaged. Some of the programs are graffiti removal, neighborhood litter program efforts, illegal dumping removal, neighborhood beautification efforts, including dumpster day programs and Beautify San Jose grants, trash removal at homeless encampments, including the Cash for Trash program, and blight reduction through interagency coordination. Neighborhood litter program. The team hosted 290 litter events in 2022 with 734 volunteers that collected over 15,000 bags of debris and totaled 264 tons. The program is volunteer-led, coordinated by partners, and supported by City of San Jose staff. The program also provides litter removal education for youth. Another program, the Neighborhood Beautification Program. This team hosted 76 neighborhood dumpster day events that were performed in 2022. This year, the team is focusing on a target of 100 events. A total of 2,345,000+ pounds was collected at these events. In addition to providing dumpsters at these events, the team performs a sweep of illegal dumping of the neighborhood after each event, collecting an additional 38,000+ pounds of illegally dumped debris. The team has also piloted additional weekly events that focus strictly on mattresses and e-waste in select neighborhoods. This has been effective in reducing illegal dumping of these items in these neighborhoods. The Beautify San Jose grant program provides funds to support beautification efforts ranging from $300 to $5,000. Some of our partners are the Creek Partners. We work with 3 nonprofit Creek partner groups: Cape Coyote Creek Beautiful, South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition, and the Trash Pumps. The City of San Jose provides funding to our Creek partners for their support and their efforts of responsible stewardship in our waterways. They receive $70,000 in funding annually. Beautify San Jose staff works with these partners to coordinate the removal and disposal of the debris collected from each event. The Creek partners combined hosted 89 events, collected over 11,000 bags, and overall total of 395,000 pounds of debris. Another partnership we have is with the San Jose Conservation Corps. The Beautify San Jose has established an agreement with the Corps partners to address the litter and graffiti at designated locations. Beautify San Jose has also partnered with the Corps to collect tires and to ensure the proper disposal of mattresses collected through our cleanup efforts. One of the steps we have taken towards education, which has been significant, has resulted in a significant reduction of illegal dumping throughout the city, is our engagement in community and schools. The team has provided 16 presentations this school year, reaching out to over 3,500 students across 13 schools. Then we have our beloved rapid team and strike teams to address and respond to illegal dumping citywide. The rapid and strike teams have abated over 17,000 illegal dumping incidents thus far this fiscal year, in which over 7,800 of those illegal dumping incidents were abated proactively, non-reported service illegal dumping incidents. That to all the other efforts the rest of the Beautify San Jose program have exhibited out there. The beautification days, the neighborhood engagement at with the communities, the schools. The proactive abatements is 45% this year of overall legal dumping abated by the teams. This has allowed us to start proactively going out, monitoring, and collecting the debris. When it gets cleaned up soon, before it gets reported, that means, in my opinion, the neighborhoods are cleaner. Yeah. The team also installs deterrents, such as no illegal dumping signs and other signage, multiple types of bollards, and they install and relocate self-powered deployable surveillance cameras. The team also works with our Environmental Services Department, Integrated Waste Management, to ensure that we do not interrupt services provided by the city's free junk pickup program. So we exchange data to make sure that items being reported are not indeed or in fact scheduled junk pickup appointments. The Cash for Trash program provides weekly trash service to over 150 active encampments. The program provides a redemption value of $5 per bag on trash collected by unhoused participants. This program here, they act as the liaison between the unhoused and the communities in which they reside. You know, they ensure that the Cash for Trash participants are complying to the good neighbor policies that we have set in place. Okay, I got 1 minute. So the interagency coordination, coordinates blight reduction efforts with interjurisdictional partners, including Caltrans, Caltrain, County of Santa Clara, PG&E, Valley Water District, Union Pacific Railroad, and the Valley Transportation Authority. Some of the efforts that we've assisted with Caltrans is providing litter and graffiti removal along the state right-of-ways, provide traffic control support when needed, and coordinate prioritized abatements. The city of San Jose assisted Caltrans this year with 12 safe relocations. Our partnership with the Valley Water District, we've coordinated joint encampment trash removal and prioritized abatements, and the Cash for Trash program services 10 Valley Water locations through a Valley Water grant. Santa Clara County, encampment trash removal, traffic control support, graffiti removal, and prioritized abatements. Beautify San Jose services 5 county encampment locations through a contract agreement. Union Pacific Railroad, we coordinate trash and illegal dumping pickup, remove graffiti, and support prioritized abatement. Last year, we coordinated over 10 joint cleanups. What's next? The RVP3, or Recreational Vehicle Biowaste Pollution Prevention Pilot Program, the Vehicle Blight and Abatement Program assessment, and blight reduction strategies in certain focus areas like Beautify Your Block and City Gateways. And I want to thank you all again. I'm sorry for rushing through, but like I said, I can talk. Maybe I needed like an hour.
Do we have any questions? This group, Supervisor Miley.
Yeah, I want to thank Ed. I've known what San Jose has done. They've presented
at task force meetings and stuff like that in the past. I really do think they're doing some cutting edge programs. And I think at some point, and I know I think San Jose's thinking about hosting the conference next year, but I think we need to spend a little bit more time. We can get into some of the nuts and bolts of how they done some of this stuff and the mechanics of it, so we can understand it better, like the cash for trash, the free pickup, because I know I've talked to you about that before. They've got an array of things that are going on, and I just think we need to go deeper into each of those. We understand them better, but thank you.
I might have missed it, but what percentage of your budget comes out of the general fund?
100%.
100% out of the general fund. Son of a gun.
Follow up on that. So how, so it's financed basically by the city. And so the city council at some point, a couple of years ago, responded to who or what in order to make that a priority?
So I'll answer that. So we've always had an anti-litter program and an anti-graffiti program, but we noticed probably in 2016, 17, for like even the budgets for those programs, things were just starting to explode, right? I'll be honest, I always tell people don't let a good pandemic go to waste. When we went into the pandemic, we started to notice like across, it was like a global phenomenon, people just moving things out of their garage onto the street. And we really, I use that to advocate for, to work with both my director, assistant director, deputy, we have a very supportive city manager, a mayor at the time, Sam Licardo, and council, and really started to say, the complaints are coming in, we need the budget and the resources to do something. So what we did is use best practices, which we learned here, which we learned from other groups in other cities, say, what can we do to scale? And really looked at how do we implement, prove it can work, and then really scale. So I do a lot of things pilot. We're doing an RV bio-waste program. We're picking up gray water, black water, and things off the sidewalk. We scale, we started small, but I developed programs we know can be scaled. And then we say, what are the true resources? Then we just go back to our city leadership and electeds and say, this is what we think we need to do to address these types of issues. But our money comes out of the general fund, and they know how important it is. I've used the voices, sometimes people call them complainers, to my advantage. I'll be honest and say, these are the 14, 15,000 a month complaints we're getting. We think we have a solution. Here's my solution to the complaints coming in. And we've used that to our advantage. I have a good management team with both Ed, Paul, 6 other managers, a few of them here today, to really think about how we capitalize and leverage. And the last thing is, all of our budget for the city of San Jose comes out of the general fund, but when I do stuff with our other parties, the county of Santa Clara, they give us a couple $1 million. Caltrans, what do you guys have? They give us, we got just inked a deal with Caltrans. Union Pacific, they said, we'll do a 10-year MOU with you, and we've just really held their feet to the fire. Tell people to share it. I'll even say for our cash and trash program that we scaled up. It was initially people were like, you're gonna pay homeless people. It was like, no, we're giving a redemption value, and this is how we can prove those areas are getting cleaner where cash for trash operates. You can tell the difference between a cash for trash encampment and another encampment, because if people think they're gonna get the redemption value to bag up their own trash, and then we say you got to keep it clean. We really tell people you have a 12 by 12 area, we want you to keep it clean. People are like, okay, we want to get the cash for it. Therefore, we'll go ahead and it has to be some give and take on both sides. And we really use that to our advantage.
Sounds like they're coming back to the task force pretty soon. Councilmember Guile.
I just want to publicly thank San Jose. I had Sam Licardo, your previous mayor, coming right along with me twice to see how we clean up our district and our neighborhood in Oakland. And also Cindy Chavez came along one time and hung out with us to see what kind of work we did in my district. But I also want to, I also spent 8 years being with the Eastside Union High School District. I was director of facilities with the high school district. And I have noticed a difference in terms of environments in San Jose, but I want to thank you for the work that you're doing and be more than happy to work with you and share ideas and recommendations and improve our communities. Thank you for your work.
So for the cash, for trash, where does that money come from? And how much are they getting?
So for our Cash for Trash program, we have 500 participants. We're gonna add an additional 200 participants next year. So that comes out of our general fund. It's a funded program. We have 4 FTE of staff, plus we have all the equipment, the trucks, and we have a partnership with MasterCard, but we just load the cards. It's real time. Someone comes up to the truck, they say, I have 5 bags, they get $25. It goes onto a reloadable MasterCard, and they have their funds.
So it's $5 per bag?
$5 per bag.
Many bags.
Writing it
So
down.
currently limited to 5 bags.
How big are the bags?
25 gallon bags?
Yes.
Olivia, quick question. So it's coming out of the general fund, but you probably have a franchisee on all of your solid waste contracts.
Our ESD handles all of our solid waste contracts, and we keep those as ratepayer funds. Hence is why I use our general fund dollars to fund all of this work.
Interesting, good, because you avoid this all.
We avoid all, yeah, we
All
avoid all of that. Yep.
Okay, last question.
Yeah, but it's still not clear to me. Is Beautify San Jose separate from your San Jose Public Works?
Correct.
Right. So it's under the city. Tell me where Beautify San Jose is.
For us, I would say our department lives in its own world in what we call a neighborhood services division, because there's so many, our blight cuts across so many departments. You have Public Works doing this, DOT doing that. So the things that we did is a couple of years ago, we consolidated and collapsed things into our Beautify SJ program, into one program in our Parks and Recreation. We have a Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services division. They basically gave us the NS and PRNS, which is our neighborhood services. And that's where we manage our entire Beautify SJ blight reduction strategy. I still have partners and people like in our DOT, Department of Transportation, that deal with abandoned vehicles, but lived-in vehicles fall under us because I have encampment services, encampment management. Still have partners. DOT still handles if a street light is out. If there's graffiti on the pole, it's us. And we work both internally across multiple programs and then internally with our other departments in the city to address blight and beautification, and then with all of our large interjurisdictional partners. And it's not like a one-off meeting. These are like ongoing, regular meetings, coordinating resources and doing that type of work.
So it's all under the city of San Jose?
It's all in the city of San Jose.
Yes.
And so have you seen the illegal dumping reduced significantly in San Jose?
This is what I'll tell you. I don't know if I can say we've seen a reduction, but what I can tell you is that some of the pictures we unfortunately saw in Oakland, it's rare you'd see something like that in San Jose.
It's rare.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rare.
They said everybody else comes in the Oakland and it dumps. That's why it's rare. I'll tell you,
I don't think people in San Jose dump in Oakland. We have our issues with dumping. We just have put in resources to quickly address it, so it doesn't grow into those type of situations.
Exactly.
Say if you want to know about that, I talked to Ed before he leaves because Ed has been leading our illegal dumping team and has really been instrumental in growing it. Ed and Chris Krieger here, that have become experts at how to deal with illegal dumping. We quickly address it. We just
All right, thanks to Ed, thanks to Beautify San Jose. All right, he's giving out those cards like candy. Make sure you get one. Yep. Excellent. That's exactly what this conference is all about, though, creating those partnerships. And we're so glad that we get to partner with San Jose on the task force and learn from them and help them identify some of those strategies that can be replicated and scaled. So I know we also heard that our next speaker mentioned just barely, but I'm very pleased now to welcome to the illegal dumping stage Supervisor Cindy Chavez from Santa Clara County. Cindy Chavez represents close to 500,000 residents in District 2. Just take that into account, 500,000. She serves on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, the Caltrain Board of Directors, as well as the MTC. Is she on? There she is. Hi. Excellent.
How are you?
Good. I know we have the wrong name for you on the thing, but this is Supervisor Cindy Chavez. So welcome to the illegal dumping stage. Over to you.
I am so excited to be with you. And the only thing that kept me away is that I am visiting my son's college. And so I am really thrilled to be with you. And first, let me just say, you know, you have the dynamic duo in Olympia and Ed. They really are amazing. They have really changed the face of our community. And, you know, I feel like I'm sort of preaching to the choir a little bit, but I just wanted to make a few observations and start by saying a very, very, very special thank you to Nate Miley. You know, it takes someone to be really obsessive about making places clean to get us together and get us all excited about what we're going to do about illegal dumping. And Nate, if I were there, I would give you a big hug and a high five, and just to say thank you for making sure that, you know, not only Alameda County, but all of our counties in our community are clean. In fact, we were so excited about this that we really encouraged all of our neighborhood leaders to come and participate. So let me just say a couple of very high level things because you're all activists, and I think there are a lot of opportunities for us to benefit working together. First of all, I cannot emphasize enough what both Ed and Olympia said about three things. One, that we have to figure out a way to even improve more the collaboration we have between agencies, because, you know, frankly, dealing with the railroads is really tough. Dealing with each other can be really tough. And we have to be super, super focused on what's the outcome we want and not caring so much about who gets credit. And so the more the community, as Olympia said, raises their voice, the more likely elected officials are going to put all that aside, and departments are going to put all that aside and dig in and get everything cleaned up. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I wanted to just point out is that, you know, one of the challenges we have with cleaning up our communities is that, you know, the fact of the matter is that as hard as everybody's working to clean them up, it's hard to feel like everything's getting better, because it's just such an ongoing challenge. And so I want to just emphasize the 3 E's are really important. And one piece of that, I think, is that we have to get down and dirty, so to speak, about prevention, because all of the work we're doing on the back end is important, but we've really got to be communicating with people about the importance of not littering. And I know you probably have all had this experience in dumping in particular, where you just wonder, like, what would make someone do that? And I think we got to answer that question, and we got to stop that kind of at the root. And that's one area I'm really interested in. And then here's my third, just aha, listening to, I got a chance to hear a few of the speakers today, and that is this. In order to get where I think we need to be, in addition to doing the early education, like the way you and I were raised on, don't pollute and turn lights off and, you know, turn your water off and all of that, it kind of got drummed into us in elementary school, right? Like, you know, if you threw something down, not only were you going to get in trouble from a parent or a neighbor, but it just felt wrong. And right now people don't think about it that way. And especially as it relates to illegal dumping. I mean, I think people feel like, well, I don't know what they're thinking, but I think we have to have just a higher level of intolerance. And here's our big challenge. This is kind of my last point. Our big challenge is this. In order to really start to create the change that we all know we need, cities, counties, railroads, people who own property, public and private, have to feel incredibly obligated to act. And the point that Olympia raised, which I thought was brilliant, is that our movement shouldn't be made of happy people. Like, the more people who are saying it's not enough, it's not enough, it's not enough, the more resources we're going to be able to put into this. Because where we are, I think, is kind of teetering back and forth on getting things cleaned up and not being able to do enough that we're really changing the environment that we're operating in. So I think what that means is that we've got to continue to organize in the community and really make this a core value of our community. And I'm just going to wrap up with this kind of overarching thought. When I was thinking about why I appreciate Nate Miley, why I appreciate Olympia and Ed and all of you in the room, because you're all true believers, is this. Here's what we know about all this illegal dumping. We know that it's core to people feeling proud of the communities they live in or not. It's core to people thinking this is acceptable in my community or not. And we know that it not only impacts the environment, it not only impacts public safety, because you've probably seen the same studies I have, that when you clean up an area, you actually drop violent crime. It's like the most cost-effective way to drop violent crime in a community. But it impacts people's sense of safety and sense of belonging. And what I think that we have to make the case both to our colleagues and the private sector and private property owners is, and all of our partners, is that the devastation that they're causing it's not just ugly, but it's literally dangerous. And they're either going to help us clean it up, or they're contributing to our communities being dangerous. So, Nate, I'm proud of you, and I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so disappointed I wasn't there to be with all of you. But I am all in for the next phases of work. And to our friends, the 15 cities in the county that I live, work, and play in, I just want to thank all of them, particularly the city of San Jose, for playing such an incredible leadership role in making Santa Clara County a cleaner, safer place. We have much, much more to do, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you on that. And I'm so delighted I got to be with you. Thank you for letting me hang out, even if it's on Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we really appreciate you taking that leadership role down in Santa Clara County, and the offer to partner together with in this fight with Alameda County. I think that if we all come together, as we've been saying throughout this conference, then we have a fighting chance. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to welcome our final keynote speaker. And this year, we're just so grateful to have our California State Treasurer, Ms. Fiona Ma, coming and representing the state of California here at this statewide illegal dumping conference. Fiona Ma is California's 31st state treasurer. She was elected in November of 2018. And one of my favorite little facts about her is that she is the first woman of color and the first woman certified public accountant, or CPA, ever elected to the position. So welcome to the illegal dumping stage, State Treasurer Fiona Ma.
Thank you so much. So I am the last one between you and going home or going back to your office and dealing with all the emails and text messages. But I am, oh, did I do that? Okay, good. I put my notes on, and all of a sudden, like, everything blew up on the laptop. But you all are the experts on illegal dumping, so I'm not going to talk about illegal dumping, and I'm sure you had all the speakers come and talk about all the resources. Great to see San Jose is doing so amazing, and my colleague and friend, Cindy Chavez. We want to thank Supervisor Miley, the Maverick, right? He's always taking on the tough issues, whatever the constituents want and need, no matter how difficult, he's willing to step in. I want to thank my good friend, Doug Cobalt, Executive Director for the California Product Stewardship Council. We are like now best friends. We go all over the world and study garbage and recycling. And it is something that is very near and dear to my heart. When I sat on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors 20 years ago, one of the first things we talked about is garbage and recycling, how we want to increase the rate from, I think it was like 65% to 75%, because our landfill was going to fill up by 2014. And when you get elected on the city council, right, you start going, whoa, if the landfill is going to fill up, where are we going to put everything? And, you know, that started my path, my journey down garbage and recycling. Like, if our landfill is going to fill up, what about everybody else? And so I really, you know, took it seriously in San Francisco, and I passed a number of different laws. Back then, we used to put our garbage recyclers in curbside curbside recycling. So instead of the closed bins, it was open bins, and all these scavengers would come and, take out all of our bottles and cans in the middle of the night and turn it in, and they would get the money and we would not get the credit. So I had to pass laws to strengthen that. We had a lot of metal theft happening with copper, and people were stealing bike racks and trying to, cash them in. And so we established a program where the recyclers had to hold the product for a certain amount of time and to check whether they were actually reported stolen right through the police department. One of my favorite bills was called the Garbage Discrimination Act, because Solano County had passed an initiative back in the 80s that prohibited garbage from coming from outside of their county. Now, I got involved because our compost was going to the Solano County dump. And so I said, well, that's not really right. Like, where are we going to put our composting? So for 120 members in the legislature, I put together a packet for each one of them that showed where all of their garbage was going, right? Mattresses, tires, construction, cans, bottles, all of that. And all of my colleagues were like, Fiona, deal with it. We do not want to deal with it. This is like dirty stuff, right? And we created the California, what is the agency that deals with all the waste management? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the reason that we have the waste management agency is so that we can better equalize where all the garbage is, so that each county supervisor doesn't have to make that decision, right? Whether they want to accept garbage, whether they want to expand a landfill or even open up a landfill, because nobody in any community wants to open up a landfill anymore, right? But we still are producing a lot of waste. So that's where I kind of started. And then I've done a number of tours. I've done about 25 tours around the state, also other states, Washington, Oregon, and Canada, to see what the best practices are. And we all know that it is hard to change the status quo, right? People get entrenched in terms of, what is happening, what has been happening. There are franchise fees that are involved. So this is like real money. And when you try to change anything and shift the allocation of money, everybody gets all worked up. And so even though California is one of the most progressive states on so many levels, we are not the best at recycling, right, Doug? I mean, so many other jurisdictions are doing a better job, and we go, why don't we do that? Right? I mean, whether it's, paying, certain amount for people to accept their garbage. Wow, that's a novel concept. But if you try to bring it up, sometimes the Teamsters aren't happy. Sometimes the garbage companies aren't happy, right? I mean, it just is very difficult, but this is a very real issue. I spoke before the Fremont Chamber 2 days ago, and one of the women said, what do we do about illegal dumping? And I was like, well, let me get back to you. And I just took pictures of all the flyers outside from Cal Recycle. And now I can send it to her and say, hey, there are resources, there are phone numbers that you can call. The ride along was brilliant. I haven't done a ride along, so I'd like to get up maybe at 4 o'clock in the morning with my garbage man or garbage woman and go ride along, because I think that would give me a better perspective and improve my storytelling when I am out here talking about garbage. But in my office, I am the state's banker. Last year, $3.2 trillion came through my office, 3.2 trillion. We are now the 4th largest economy, and we surpassed Germany post-COVID. So it is the US, China, Japan, and California if we were our own nation. I mean, that's pretty good, right? And that's because of all of us here in the room. Our great diversity, our can-do attitude, our entrepreneurial spirit, our ability and desire to do better, not only for this generation, but for the next generation. So in my office, I also chair 13 boards and commissions that builds affordable housing, charter schools, public transportation, garbage and recycling, advanced manufacturing, green energy. I oversee 4 savings programs, and I sit on CalSTRS, CalPERS, California Earthquake Authority, the iBank, and the like. So pretty much anyone who needs or wants money, come see me. Okay. Now, when it comes to, come on in, girlfriend. So when it comes to this industry, we have 2 programs specifically. One is our California Pollution Control Finance Authority. And we basically issue tax exempt private activity bonds to private companies so that they can sell the bonds to their investors and put money back into their companies. In 2016, we awarded $3.7 million to Tri-City Economic Development Corp. You guys know who they are? Tri-Ced. They're a 501c3 nonprofit founded in 1980 in Union City. And that bond, 3.7, allowed them to buy 7 compressed natural gas fully automated side loaders, a utility pickup truck, a truck scale, and pay for upgrades to the existing security system, fleet management software upgrades of all their office equipment and workstations. So if any of you are in that business and you have a company and you're looking to expand and you're like, oh, I can't get enough grants, right? Maybe you need to take a loan or perhaps issue bonds. So come see me. And during my administration, we have issued 17 tax exempt bonds to solid waste facilities, 2 in Alameda County, 1 in 2019 for $32 million and another in 2020 for $85 million. We also have a sales tax exemption program. So for any company that is buying expensive equipment that is cleaning and greening, you can apply to get your sales taxes waived. So that could be anywhere from 8% to 12%. And that is a real game changer for companies who want to do the right thing, but just, don't have enough cash flow sometimes. So saving that sales tax has been one of our competitive advantages. And then another program we offer at this state is Cal Competes. Cal Competes allows a company to defer their income taxes anywhere from 3 to 5 years. But we are really looking for companies that are thinking about maybe coming here, but for, right, how expensive it is and the quality of life and, workers, or they want to grow. And again, they have choices. Should we grow here? Should we grow in a neighboring state? Or if you want to expand as well, should we expand here or should we go to another state? So this program is also available for companies. So hopefully we can get more garbage, recycling, solid waste companies to apply for the Cal Competes. I will also be going to the Trash Expo. Anybody going to the Trash Expo in 2 weeks in New Orleans? The Waste Expo. Sorry, waste. They call me the trashy lady, so I'm always like trash. Okay. But it is a Waste Expo in New Orleans. If any of you are going to be there, I will see you there. And then we are also planning a TikTok challenge to try to get our young people to think about, right? Garbage and recycling, best practices, why you shouldn't throw batteries, right, in your garbage cans because they explode, right? People don't know those things. And so we are trying to educate the next generation to be those garbage and recycling mavericks of the world. So I thank you all for everything you do. Please look to me if you need any money. And again, have a great day. And thank you to Supervisor Miley.
All right, thank you so much to our state treasurer for being here and for talking with this conference. So we have been through a lot in the last couple of days. My voice has been through a lot in the last couple of days, but I want to just take a moment to recognize the people that have helped to make this happen. So if I could just get one more big round of applause for all of our sponsors who helped to make this happen. They're all listed here behind me. This wouldn't happen. We wouldn't be here without them. So thank you so much. If I could get one big round of applause for Jasmine Howard over there. Jasmine has been incredible. She is, so many of you have been emailing with her. She has been behind the scenes making this happen this year and last as well. Ashley in the back, our timekeeper, keeping us on point this whole conference. Thank you so much, Ashley. Austin, we cannot forget Austin Bruckner, our absolutely fabulous Austin got us this amazing backsplash. So Austin, and then also all of the lanyards. Thank Austin for that. And Ashley put together all of your badges. So yeah, team effort here. I want to thank our Chief of Staff, Tona Henninger, because she has been such an amazing support in making this happen. Claudia Albano, our Deputy Chief of Staff, who kept us all real with lunch, kept us on point. Of course, I want to thank the man who brought us here all together, Alameda County Supervisor Nate Miley. I'd like to welcome him to the stage to give some closing remarks. Supervisor Miley, everybody.
Okay, thank you. You can see Erin's lost her voice. She's been working too hard to take the weekend off, spend some time with her little baby and her wife. So I hope everyone found the conference to be both informative, enjoyable. Those of you who came to Oakland, hope you had a good time here in Oakland. I'm a little upset because I've been so distracted. I haven't been able to devote my entire attention to the conference the last 2.5 days because of the announcement with the Oakland A's. It's like that's all the press keeps calling about, the Oakland A's, Oakland A's, Oakland A's. So I have to go talk about the Oakland A's and deal with that. Whereas, the Oakland A's should realize I got an illegal dumping conference going on and don't make any announcements during my conference because it makes them, I got priorities. I mean, trash and garbage and illegal dumping might not be sexy, but it's the thing that I like to do. So, because, the grassroots matters. These things are quality of life type issues. It gets back to the broken window theory. You just let the small things happen and they accumulate, they become the new norm. And before you know it, our quality of life has gone down, going down the tube. So we've heard a lot of good stuff over the last few days. I definitely appreciate Cindy speaking and the treasurer speaking and Assemblyperson Wilson speaking, and then Mayor Shangtao speaking yesterday to kick us off. And I believe we had one other elected official I'm trying to recall at the moment that I'm forgetting. Yeah, Mary Jo. And the reason I forgot Mary Jo, the head of NACO, is because I was with the mayor of Oakland down at her press conference dealing with the Oakland A's. So yeah, so Mary Jo from NACO. So, Aaron and the organizing team, the planning team put together a real good conference here today. So we'll be working with folks to debrief this conference, and then we'll be talking about Illegal Dumping Con 2024 and seeing whether or not, because like I said, the rumor is San Jose has offered to host it, but I got to follow up on that rumor to make sure that's a reality. And if it is, then we'll go down the road to San Jose. Some of you are, have to come up the road to San Jose. Others of us go down the road to San Jose for 2024. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, the conference would be once again a hybrid conference, both in person and virtual. We didn't have the same level of participation this year virtually because, the last two conferences were virtual. we had participants from everywhere and it was free. But this year we had to charge, food and other things cost money. And even the fact that people were virtual, they had to pay a registration fee as well. So I think that, reduced our attendance just because of the charge. But this, put on a in-person conference and there's expenses associated with that. I do want to thank all of our sponsors, especially Waste Management and all the other sponsors that we had at all the different levels. Talia's back there. And I think the other person, I don't see the other person from Waste Management here yet. Sarah, she was here earlier. So I think, a lot of good stuff was, we've heard a lot of good stuff from a lot of good presenters. And, the California Product Stewardship Council, Cal Recycle, Caltrans. We got to keep those grants coming from Cal Recycle and Caltrans. San Jose, San Bernardino, Palmdale. It's mind-boggling. And those of you who are able to really tune in to the entire conference over the last few days, hopefully you've learned a few things. I know the folks from Oakland, Faith in Action, are pretty excited. I think they're going to be following up with the city officials on some of the stuff that they heard. So I'm sure of that. Minimally, that'll happen. So I really value all of you and all the work you do. Because like I said, there's a lot going on. It's a lot we can be focusing in on, but it's the small things that I think really matter. And dealing with trash and illegal dumping, et cetera, it really does matter. And just looking at, that one picture of all the stuff that down in Fresno, it's like, man, goodness gracious, that you just don't know what's going on until you come to a conference like this. You think you got it bad, then you see some other places, it's like, my goodness gracious. But then your hope is built up when you hear about all the effective things that are taking place. And I think I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. That's one reason we have the conference, so people don't feel you're isolated out there fighting this battle, struggling to address illegal dumping and trash and things of that nature on your own. No, there are a lot of people doing a lot of things, a lot of good things, and in some cases learning a lot of good lessons, and in some cases running into some frustrations, but still doing stuff. And I think collectively that was the purpose of this conference: partnerships, collaboration, collectively understand that we can try to achieve victory and success collectively, learning from one another, taking what we've heard and trying to apply that in our jurisdiction. And if that doesn't work, trying to apply something else. And then networking, as Aaron pointed out, networking, calling people up and saying, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Can you help me out, et cetera, et cetera. And then keep in mind, my office through Aaron as the coordinator, we're always available to try to provide information, referrals, everything from all the conferences we have tied to my website, so you can always get that information as well. So everybody have a safe and wonderful weekend. Thank you for attending. I know there will be an evaluation of this conference, and if you have thoughts on how we can improve it for 2024, please let us know. And even if I can't get the ID TAC to get that responsibility for 2024, we'll carry that banner. We'll carry that banner, and if it's in San Jose, we'll be working with them to make sure we bring this across the finish line and raise the bar. You guys missed the food on Wednesday evening, so that's the highlight of the conference: the food on Wednesday evening. So. All right, so thank you all. I don't know if Aaron has anything else to close us out, but I want to thank everybody for coming. And once again, I apologize for my back and forth and not being able to just really focus on the conference because of the A's announcing their decision to go to Las Vegas.
Thank you, Supervisor Miley. Supervisor Miley mentioned it, and I'd be remiss if I didn't, but if you served on the planning committee for illegal dumping, if you could just raise your hand. Can we get a round of applause for everyone who helped make this conference happen? Absolutely incredible work. Could not have done it without them. So we have had an amazing couple of days. I have learned so much from all of you. I've had amazing conversations. This has been a real gem of an experience. And we want to commemorate all being here together, first time in person for something like this. And so to close out the conference, we're going to be doing one big group photo up here in front. So I'm going to ask everyone here to come up and join me on the stage, and we're going to get one big photo as we close out.